Good evening. The Design Review Board public meeting of February 25th, 2021 is called to order. Due to the COVID-19 novel coronavirus and the health recommendations from the LA County Health Department, the Design Review Board meeting is being conducted virtually with no members of the public present. The public is encouraged to watch and participate from the safety of their homes to practice social distancing. The meeting can also be viewed on the local cable television channel and is being streamed online on the city's website at www.glendaleca.gov. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Design Review Board agendas are available on the city's website at www.glendaleca.gov. Records of decisions for all projects are posted on the city's website in the Planning Division. And please note that any appeal of a case heard this evening must be appealed within 15 calendar days of the Design Review Board decision date. The appeal application is also available online. Roll call, Board Member Caro Minas.
Present.
Board Member Francesca Smith.
Present.
Board Member Art Simonian. Board Member Art Simonian. He's present. Yes. And Board Member Nina Chagayan.
Present.
And Chair Welch.
Present.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce our newest Design Review Board member, Ms. Nina Chagayan. She comes to us with a Bachelor's of Architecture from Woodbury University and is practicing in architecture and studio set design. We're very happy to have her join us, and please welcome Nina Chagayan. The report regarding posting of the agenda for the February 25th, 2021 regular meeting of the Glendale Design Review Board was posted on the city's website and on the bulletin board outside City Hall on February 22nd, 2021. The approval of minutes. We have two sets of minutes for this evening. One set of minutes from October 22nd, 2020, and another from January 28th, 2021. I believe that there were a number of typos that we needed to correct in both of those 2 minutes. And aside from those small typos, are there any other corrections that the board wishes to identify? None said. So would someone like to move?
I move
set of minutes.
This is Commissioner Smith. I move to approve them.
Both sets? Okay, and is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Board Member Francesca Smith, a second by Board Member Caro Minas. In terms of a roll call, Board Member Smith?
Aye.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
Board Member Minas?
Aye.
Board Member Simonian? It appears that Board Member Simonian, unfortunately, is having internet problems and appears to have dropped off. I believe he will be joining us shortly. So, and Chair Welch. Oh, there's Mr. Simonian.
Yeah, I apologize. My internet cut out, so I lost connectivity for a moment. I apologize.
Not a problem. We were actually in the process of going through roll call for the approval of the minutes for the October 22nd and January 28th meetings. We mentioned that there were a few items that just needed to be corrected in terms of typos. And other than that, are you in favor of approving the 2 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you. And Chair Welch?
Yes.
Thank you. This passes. Next item on today's agenda is oral communications. I believe there are no callers for oral communications, which brings us to board and commission member comments. Do we have any comments from the board members?
I would just like to add my welcome to our newest board member, Ms. Nina Chagayan. It's been almost a year since we've had a full 5 members of the board, so you are most welcome.
Thank you. There are no staff announcements. We have no items under the old business. We do have 2 items under new business. And with that said, I'd like to turn the hearing over to either Mr. or Chair Welch to continue or to the case planner, Eileen Babakani.
Yes, let's move to the first case, please. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen so I can present the case. Okay, do you have the screen? Can you see the screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see the
You're
screen.
good.
Okay, it was just a cut off for a moment. Okay, the case before you is a design review application with a case number PDR 1924704 for proposed development located at 5135 New York Avenue. The proposal is to demolish the existing 1,276 square foot, 1-story single-family residence built in 1934 and construct a new 3,776 square foot, 2-story single-family residence on a 16,142 square foot lot located in the R1 zone, floor area ratio district 2. The subject property is an interior lot with frontage on New York Avenue. The lot, which is irregular in shape, slopes up gradually from east to west along the length of the lot and slopes down from north to south along the street frontage. As part of the project, the existing garage, which is a attached 4-car garage, and the existing breezeway will remain unchanged. The existing house is not considered a historic resource under CEQA and doesn't appear to be eligible for listing on the Glendale Register of Historic Resources. In terms of the site planning, the proposed site planning is appropriate to the site and neighboring properties, since the project doesn't alter the site planning significantly. Also, the proposed street front setback of 25 feet is in keeping with the setback of the houses along 2 sides of the street within 300 feet linear of the subject property. The location of the existing breezeway, driveway, and attached 4-car garage are consistent with the neighborhood context and site planning of the proposed house. The existing pool and the majority of the existing landscape on the site will remain unchanged. And the existing CMU perimeter walls and some of the retaining walls will remain unchanged. And the location of the site, new site gates are appropriate to the site planning of the subject site and neighboring properties. In terms of the mass and scale, staff believes the overall proportion of the two-story house and articulation at the elevations are appropriate to the site, relate to the context of neighborhood 1 and 2-story homes, and reinforce the overall architectural concept. The overall height of the proposed two-story house will be 24 feet and 2 inches, which is under the 28-foot height limit in this zone for houses with pitched roofs. In this slide, you can see the proposed first and second floor of the subject house. This slide shows the relation between the proposed house to the neighboring properties to the north and south. We have the front and side elevations on this slide. Also the other side, which is west elevation and rear elevation. And the garage and the breezeway. And these are the section drawing through the house. Moving to the design and details, staff believes that the proposed architectural details and color, including horizontal siding, stone, veneer wainscot, roof fascia, eave details, window shutters, columns, primary door and garage door, balcony railings, are consistent and reinforce the proposed contemporary design concept, which is appropriate to the neighborhood context, which contains various architectural styles. The new windows will be white color fiberglass windows, will be recessed with seals and represent the proposed architectural style with an appropriate combination of awning, fixed, casement, and sliding windows. Staff is recommending approval for this design review case with 4 conditions, including a condition to update plans to show that second floor windows on the north elevation have a consistent window head height. Also a condition, 2 conditions to for updating the plans to show appropriate locations and design of the exterior light fixture, and also the to show the location of the trash storage to be out of public view. And the last condition, update plans to show that 2 new street trees will be planted within the public right-of-way to meet the city's urban forestry requirement. Before I conclude my presentation, I want to mention that staff has not received any comments from the public for the subject project. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for the question.
Thank you. Do any board members have questions? No?
I have a question that I think is for the architect, so I'll wait for that presentation.
Okay. So hearing no questions, we'll go ahead and move on to the applicant. And can everybody please make sure you're muted? Except for the applicant.
Okay.
Go ahead. You have 10 minutes.
We're pleased that staff has presented the project as we've been working through with her. I don't think we have any opposition to any of the corrections requested, the conditions. The windows were offset from the main head height due to the interior condition of the bathroom. We're trying to create a spa-like situation, but that shouldn't be an issue for us to adjust the window sizes, and we see no issues with other conditions as well. And
is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about this garage door. What's the thought behind having a garage door in a residential room?
The garage door?
For the game room.
Oh, the idea was to just have the interior and exterior space, that little patio deck area on the back to be accessible as an interior exterior space.
Okay. Okay, but it just seems that strange that a garage door was used and called out in the plans rather than big sliders or folding doors or whatnot.
Well, we have the owner himself here, if he can make a comment.
Cool.
Okay,
Hi, Chris. How's it going? Thanks for having me. I appreciate that. Basically, concept behind it is I'm a car guy, and I was going to make this room, and basically it was going to have a bunch of driving games and stuff for my kids. So I wanted to make it feel like almost like a garage with neon lights and car signs and stuff like that. So I figured a garage roll up would kind of fit it the best. If you guys oppose, we can talk about it or go another way, but that's kind of what I had in my head.
Okay, just to be clear, there'll be no parking of a car in there, correct?
You can't. There's like a 3-foot elevation difference from the actual driveway. This is strictly for entertainment.
Got it. Okay. Any other board members have questions for the applicant or the owner?
This is Nina. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Sorry. So I had a question about the overhang outside that same game room. Is there a reason why it was, from what I could tell, at least larger than a 4-foot overhang? That's one question. And then the breezeway, the portion that you're rebuilding, is there a reason why it's taller and wider than the existing breezeway?
Okay, so to address the overhang over the garage door, that's just all the overhangs the distances were defined based on the eave height of the roof to keep it consistent around the entire building. So we didn't want to have the roof height, the eave heights to vary from elevation to elevation. That also ties into the kind of the raised breezeway area. The breezeway, the only reason we even touched the breezeway was the orientation of the new building is a little different than the existing. So to keep it in line with the roof line and just basically have a nice consistent line that goes on the entire building's exterior. That was the goal. Right. So if I would pull back the overhang over the garage door, the connecting portion would be higher. So.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much. And Board Member Chagayan, I apologize for calling you Nina. I was just trying to let you go first. I have a question. Just be an oversight on the plans. Are all the windows proposed in the whole house to be tempered?
I don't think so.
It should be. She's in a fire zone. They're in a fire zone.
I thought that was only for the other side. Oh, correct myself. Yes, they are all supposed to be tempered.
Is that because of the fire zone? Sorry.
Yes, very high fire zone.
Thanks so much.
Okay, so not hearing any further questions, are there any callers for this matter?
Yes, Mr. Welch, there appears to be a technical difficulty through the mainframe. So if you don't mind, we'd like to take a short recess to get that taken care of.
Okay.
So.
Very good.
Yes, welcome back. Technical difficulties addressed, and we have no callers for this particular item.
Okay, Board Member Smith asked if she could ask one other question. So go ahead, Board Member Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was curious as to whether the applicants considered using the natural stone that's in the extant fieldstone or arroyo stone chimney for the stone siding or the bases of the porch.
That instead of the stone that we're proposing now in the documents?
Yes, instead of the fall stone.
For recycling.
Are you talking about the stone that's on site? Is it just?
Yes, I could only see the chimney. I could only see the chimney from the street, but I assume that it would be that the concrete is probably just about like sand, and there's probably, I don't know how much natural stone goes below the roof line.
My only concern would be not having enough to do that, because the house is substantially smaller. It's primarily just the chimney. I don't see. We can try. We can look at it, but I don't foresee it.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to. We won't be able to match it up with the new chimney, which is much taller. It'd be tougher to. I mean, there might be a way to do it. Yeah. So I guess the client is saying they're not opposed to looking into it.
Thank you very much. I think in a community where that sort of stone is a hallmark of the area, it might be more appropriate on a house like that, and you could add to it with other natural stone, and it could really give that the base of the house a more natural appearance.
Thank you.
Okay, so just one more check. No callers on this matter, correct? Ms. Matidis?
No more call. Still no more callers.
Okay, so we can close the public hearing then. I will ask for Board Member Minas, would you like to go first and lead off our deliberations? You're still muted.
Yes, basically I like the design, and I like the fact that the footprint of the new building, two-story building, is slightly smaller than the existing building, therefore allowing a bit more open space to the north of the house, and incorporation of the existing improvements such as the garage and the swimming pool and minor retaining walls. Well, also I think it's good use of the idea of salvaging what they can to reduce the construction volume. I like the design, and I don't have any other comment other than the conditions that the staff has imposed on the project.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Smith, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you very much. In reviewing this, it was a pretty different case, as many of you probably noticed. I noted that the average property in the neighborhood is 1,825 square feet, that the proposed is 3,776 square feet. I noted that it's more than twice the size of the average. So I looked at the Hillside Development Review Policy to see that it said every discretionary action made by city boards, I'm paraphrasing, under number 1B, it says development shall be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood in terms of size, scale, bulk, mass, roofline orientation, setbacks, and site layout. What I am most concerned about is the size and the bulk and mass. I saw that there were other two-story homes on the block and so forth, but the second story is not set back very far, and it's not set back so that it moves up the hill. It's sort of set back on the downhill side. I thought it would be helpful to consider moving the second story back even just a few more feet to where, instead of it seemed like it was only about 2 feet back at the most, to where it would reduce the apparent scale more. In reviewing the design guidelines, one of the important principles is that a house be open to the street. I think that the front porch works at achieving that, but with the gates and so forth, the gates and the walls being right at the front porch and being solid, it's more like a fortress. I would recommend they consider transparent material or semi-transparent material, even if it's wood or something like that, but where there are gaps. I saw the very large garage that I guess was built recently, that's sort of a high cube 2-car garage. At first, I was curious if that segmental arch theme was going to be followed. I think it's fine that it wasn't. The overhangs and the eaves aren't very deep, but I also recognize that since it's in a fire area, they're boxed and closed eaves. The North Glendale Community Plan also talks about new homes or additions being sensitive to overall scale of the neighborhood, not to mirror existing designs, but I think it should be given some clear thought to move that second story back, to just let it disappear a little bit more. I recognize the neighborhood is like a mix of design styles. In the design guidelines, mass and scale are also addressed, fitting well in surrounding fabric, almost the same words, but mass and scale addressed. That in the design guidelines, second stories in these neighborhoods, it says should be sensitive to the existing context. So I think it's a nice opportunity to push that second story back, and however it is possible, a little bit more up the hill, relating the buildings to the existing topography so that the taller portion is on the upslope rather than sort of the opposite, so that the building profile reflects the topography in one or both directions, which is in the design guidelines, H1. Scale, proportion, and monumentality. I saw that there were lots of different types of homes in the neighborhood, but they appear modest in size when viewed from the street, and that this house could get dialed down just a little bit, hopefully without losing anything, so that it doesn't appear so monumental when viewed from the street, to follow the design guidelines. If possible, maybe 6 feet back from that front wall. I'm not quite sure. It was hard to figure out the exact dimension of it on my computer. Every time you put the scale up to it, the computer jumps. The walls, fences, and gates, as I said, consider a more transparent or semi-transparent, or something that where it feels like it's not a fortress on the street, so that to allow that openness to the street that's recommended in the design guidelines. The game room and the garage door, I was pretty surprised by. In a property with very large 2-car garage that are sort of open, high cube, it seems like a lot of garages in one house. Garage doors, I would recommend considering Nana doors, sliding doors, something else, something that's more residential in its application, and possibly even a low wall there so that it isn't used as a garage. I saw front-facing concrete masonry unit walls in the drawings. I think those should probably be plastered so that it meets the requirement for high quality materials. And it took a minute to notice the CMU walls that were proposed in the front. The shutters on the house, well, I think the house seems very homey, which is good in a residential neighborhood. They seem a little bit superfluous. I would think they should be used maybe only on the second floor, especially since they don't need to be used on the overhang on the front porch. I noticed also that the window on the front facing the street are all the same size at the first floor, just XXX, whatever the sizes are. And on the second floor, they're the exact same thing. So maybe consider more of a hierarchy or an artful grouping of window types, just to give it a little bit more animation. Overall, it would be nice to have probably a bigger house in the neighborhood. I think that the number of square feet doesn't really meet the intention in the Hillside Development Design Review Policy. And I think that's my biggest comment, other than that tiny little litany of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Simonian, would you like to go next, please?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the design. I looked through it. I don't have major concerns. I would suggest working on the breezeway so there are not these two kind of different roof lines. But besides that, I thought the use of materials was good. I thought the use of the horizontal siding, the fiberglass windows, and the other material that they've suggested actually works. I don't particularly have any issues with the site planning or orientation of the property or how it sits on the site. As I look at the site plan, there seems to be a 25-foot front setback plus another, if I were to guess, 12 feet to the sidewalk because of the right of way is very deep. So this house is sitting back around 37 feet or so from the sidewalk. And of course, the second story is stepping back. And so when I look at the renderings, I don't really see any issues of monumentality. So that is not a concern of mine. I would, I also thought the garage door for that game room was odd, but I do understand the owner's intent and it's not going to be visible. And so I do not recommend, I wouldn't recommend or support any kind of changes to it because it is in the back. In regards to the finishes, I already opined on it and I think it's done well. I think it's a simple home. In regards to the size, as board member Smith pointed out, it is larger than the average. However, it's also much bigger of a lot as well. So there's really two sides to this comparison. One can't just compare the house size. One needs to look at the percentage of the house compared to the lot. And in this case, I think what the applicant had provided, the average size of the area, at least within 300 linear feet, if memory serves me correctly, was around 10,000 square foot, and this is a 16,000 square foot home. So if we're having a discussion on size, we really should discuss both those items at the same time, or would be misleading, I think, the facts. But in general, I support the project, and I don't have any major issues with it. My only suggestion would be the breezeways. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Board Member Chagayan, please proceed.
Thank you. So overall, I'm in agreement with the staff recommendations and conditions for the project. And I do have additional comments, and whether they're taken for consideration or suggestion is up to the board, I guess, whether we need it to be conditions. But the breezeway is one. I did notice that it was quite visible as it was existing from the street. So the fact that the new portion is taller, I feel like it's going to draw too much attention to it. I understand the progression of the design and how you got to that point because you're trying to break up the mass along that north wall since there is no step back to that second story. But I think there's a way to still do that by lowering it and matching the height of the existing breezeway. Another minor thing is just that I noticed on the north wall where the game room is and on the front facade, your ridge line is not really centered. I think, again, because of the progression of the design, you can kind of tell it might go back to those two bathroom windows that you had that were at a higher level. So you had higher top plates, and maybe that is what, drove the roof to have two different top plate heights on either side. But I'd probably take a look at that and maybe make it centered. Just again, it's minor. I noticed there wasn't really any room in the ceiling indicated in your sections for ductwork for HVAC. I'm not sure if that is something that has been thought through yet, whether or not. I just want to make sure it's not going to raise the height of the overall structure significantly. The stone band along the front, I think if I see that you carried it out and wrapping the columns, but maybe if you wrap it along that back wall of the porch as well, it might tie it all together a little nicely. And I think that was the extent of my comments. But overall, I'm in support of the project. I think it will fit nicely in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. For my comments, I too noted the quite large size of it, but as was mentioned, it is a large property. So I think that's, I'm not going to fight it, but I do think it is quite large. And, particularly the size of the master bedroom and the space planning wise, I think that there's a lot of extra square footage used in that space. What struck me about the roofs, the breezeway as well, sort of struck me, as well as just the pitching of the roofs. So the house seemed to be at one pitch, the breezeways at another pitch, and the garage at a third pitch. So I mean, I'm not going to do anything about it, but just for consideration purposes, it just seemed a little off to me in terms of how the roofs were orienting towards each other in the design. I also thought that the color scheme was a little bit monochromatic, a lot of gray, not a lot of other colors to create some contrast there. So I would certainly recommend something other than just the gray color for the stucco, something maybe a little bit more earth tony. It's quite hard to tell on these plans, you know, what the actual material board shows as a color, but something that is in keeping with the desire for more natural and earth tone colors in this north part of Glendale would be appropriate. You know, I do agree with Board Member Smith about that the stepping back of the property could have been done better. I would refer you to the property immediately across the street, the 5140. How they've done the addition of that second floor is much further stepped back from the lowest portion of the property, and I think that's a very good example of how it could be done quite well. But you know, these are like quibbles. You know, I generally am okay with the project. There's been no neighborhood opposition, so clearly you've done your work with your neighbors to make sure that they're cool with it. So generally speaking, I would say I'm okay with moving forward. So does anyone have any responses to any of the other board member comments that they'd like to chime in with?
No, Mr. Chair, but perhaps I could make a motion and see if there's support for the project with the motion. I move to approve the project with staff's stated conditions. In addition, applicant shall redesign the breezeway so the roofs are more consistent with the existing garage and also the proposed garage. Applicant shall incorporate a greater variety in building color, primarily on the stucco and siding. That would be the second new condition. But I would leave it at that, as two additional conditions to be added on to staff's conditions.
Board Member Simonian, there were a couple of other concern and condition. If you don't mind, I can just go over it very quickly and then to see if you would like to add those conditions. So there was comment from Board Member Smith about the
Sorry, you've gone on mute.
Sorry. So the stone veneer to be more of a natural stone. I don't know if you agree on that, so we can add that as a condition.
I think that's a preference with the owner. We could make it a consideration.
Okay, so I'm gonna just list it as a consideration and then I will go over it again. And then I think we didn't come to the agreement for the size of the house to be reduced, am I right?
Correct. That would not be part of the motion.
Okay, and in terms of the setting back the second story addition, I was not quite sure if Board Member Smith and Board Member Welch were referring to the second story addition towards the south of the house, so that can be pushed back. Okay, so Board Member Simonian, if you think that would be an appropriate condition and other board members agree with that?
The motion that I am putting forward does not include pushing back the second floor.
Okay, okay. And about the side gates, board member Smith mentioned that the side gate, if they were more transparent material or semi-transparent, that would be a more appropriate design. What do you think about that? If you want to include that into your motion?
I thought it was appropriate. I would include it part of my motion.
Okay. And there was a comment about the garage door, which it's basically a door to the game room. So that is not going to be included in your motion as well, right?
Right.
Okay, and let me see what else I have here. Okay, the roof line, the ridge of the, I think that is board member comment that was about, Chagayan was about moving the ridge of the main roof to be more in center. I don't know if there's any support for that condition. If not, then I think for now we have this motion of approval of the project with the conditions, the staff condition, and also condition for redesign the breezeway roof to make it like more of a one type roof line, and also have a greater variety in the color palette for the wall finishes, and also consideration for changing the proposed stone veneer to more of a natural type of stone.
Yes, with the roof lines, I think the better way to state it would be applicant shall redesign the roof lines of the breezeway to be more consistent with the existing garage and the proposed design.
Okay, I have it there. Thank you.
And I move that the motion be amended by the additional condition that the second floor be pushed back.
Hey Smith, I have a motion on the on at the table, and so if there's a second,
It's amending your motion, sir.
no, I don't think that works that way. I'm sorry.
Really? In Robert's rules, it does.
You can offer an amendment, but the original person who made the motion has to accept the amendment.
I think it just needs a second. Hearing none, great.
I second the motion.
You second Mr. Simonian's motion? Yes? Okay. So we have a motion and a second, so we can go ahead and proceed with roll call on the motion to approve with conditions.
Okay, this is a roll call. Chairperson Welch?
Yes.
Board Member Minas?
Yes.
Board Member Chagayan?
Yes.
Board Member Smith?
Nay.
And Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, very good. We're now ready to move on to the second item of our condition of our cases tonight. So, Ms. Toledo, is she here ready? Okay, great. Take it away.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Yes, we
great.
can.
I'm going to share my screen. Okay, good evening, board members. This item is located 3950 Foothill Boulevard, case number PDR 2011-350. The project location is in the CH Commercial Hillside Zone. The multiple residential dwelling standards would apply in this case in the CH zone. So again, the The regulations that would apply would be the R1250 high density standards development. I've identified the location in yellow, located on the southeast corner of Lowell and Foothill. The site is 30,870 square feet. Again, I referenced the location being on the corner of Foothill and Lowell. And currently the development that's there now is a commercial children's daycare. The proposed development involves demolition of the existing approximately 2,880 square foot commercial building and associated parking lot. Grading for the project involves 8,838 cubic yards of cut. And I will reference later on in the presentation the elevations, but to give you an idea in terms of the slope, the lot slopes downward from Foothill Boulevard, and you'll see that in the photos I will get to shortly. So I will explain that in a bit. The proposed mixed-use development involves a new 3- and 4-story mixed-use designed with 3 separate buildings. I've referenced them, or I should say the applicant has referenced them on the plan and also referenced in your staff report as buildings A, B, and C. I will explain the location in a few minutes as I move along in my presentation. Building A be a 3-story, 41-foot high building. Building B is designed as a 3-story, again, 4-foot building. Building C at the rear is designed as a 4-story, 51-foot building. The total area for both the commercial and residential uses is 37,040 square feet. The residential component will be 32,576 square feet, and the total residential units will be 34 units. In terms of the commercial component, it is going to be 4,473 square feet on the ground floor. Facing Foothill Boulevard will be proposed a retail tenant space at 1,727 square feet, a retail space at 746 square feet, and either a retail or restaurant proposed at 1,000 square feet. Facing Lowell Street, there is proposed a 1,000 square foot office. Commercial parking involves 19 spaces. And in terms of the residential component, building A and B involves 2-story residential above the commercial, and that would be facing Foothill Boulevard. Building C involves 3-story residential units, and that is at the rear, adjacent to the storage facility. Residential parking involves 77 parking spaces consisting of both sub and semi-sub parking. In terms of CEQA, the project is exempt from CEQA, Class 32 infill. because the project does meet the conditions for an infill development. I will discuss briefly the density bonus that was approved on March 9th of 2020 by the Director of Community Development. And at that time, the secret exemption Class 32 was also approved. So approval of the density bonus essentially considered and relied upon the Class 32 exemption that included a traffic study and other documents that, again, are included in your packet as well. And it found within that, the traffic study, it was found that it was under the threshold and within the parameters of a Class 32. And the CEQA exemption cannot be appealed. It was filed with the county on or about March 16th of 2020. And we do have our city attorney staff present if you have any further questions as it relates to CEQA, the density bonus, and affordable housing component associated with the project, and any other questions that you may have. Already touched upon this, but again, on March 9th of 2020, the density bonus was approved with an affordable housing component with 5 affordable units reserved for very low income households, and findings for 3 concessions were approved because at least 15% of the base number of units are being reserved for very low income households. Again, 5 units being reserved for very low income households. The approved concessions included an increase in the maximum height in stories to 51 feet and 4 stories, but that would be applied to building C only. I referenced this number of stories and height of building A and B in the outset of my presentation. It also included an increase in the maximum lot coverage to 75%. And it also included a concession to reduce total required common outdoor space by 1,187 square feet. Some photos of the existing site. This is what the current development is on the property. Again, it's the children's daycare, and a view from the corner of Lowell and Foothill, and below Foothill, and there's a children's little play area. Context in terms of some of the surrounding buildings. Again, I referenced earlier that there is an adjacent storage facility directly abutting the property to the south. You probably can't really see this existing shopping center from this aerial view. However, if you've driven the property or the neighborhood, you would have noticed that there is a shopping center directly adjacent to the property on its east side. And across the street, there is a financial institution, and there's a place of worship just south of that. And there is a commercial building pretty much surrounding the property all around Foothill Boulevard. A little more views of the surrounding context. Here's the subject site. This is a view traveling westbound along Foothill Boulevard. There's a 3-story building on the north side. Views taken looking south, taken from the northwest corner. And here's another view, which again is providing an explanation of what the context is today, where there's a variety of heights and number of stories that again are surrounding the subject site. We see that there is a, excuse me. Here we go. 2 stories and again, 3 stories along the Foothill Boulevard corridor. And I'm sure we're all familiar with the In-N-Out Burger just west of that. Here's another view looking northbound on Lowell Avenue. This is a portion of the existing storage facility. Another view of the adjacent property to the south. And in terms of its location as it relates to the North Glendale community plan, the project is located in the suburban commercial corridor, which basically encompasses starting along Lowell Avenue and traveling east at or approximately Lauderdale Avenue. Just a few slides on the North Glendale Community Plan, just to reference site planning. Again, it involves, and it mentions that it involves careful analysis of the opportunities in terms of development, also site constraints, including some of the features that are surrounding or on the site, including trees, topography, and drainage patterns. It also discusses the suburban corridor portion of Foothill Boulevard. Buildings may be located near the front of the lot with parking behind the development or toward the back of the lot with parking in front. And regardless of the building location, the ground floor facing the street should have an open appearance. A corner site, like in this case on the corner of Lowell and Foothill, buildings should be located at or near the corner. And development should be coordinated with building improvements, again, such as trees, bus stops, etc., other elements in the right-of-way. I won't read through all of this. Again, this is in the North Glendale Community Plan, but just to highlight a few points regarding mass and scale as we move a little more into the proposed design and compatibility. So again, for reference, the mass and scale, as indicated in the North Glendale Community Plan, new projects should fit well within the surrounding building fabric. And it does mention that new projects need not copy existing development. Mass and scale should respect adjacent building context. Again, I've referenced the context in the neighborhood, and that's why I provided different views so that there's more understanding of what the context is as it relates to what is there now and how it compares to the proposed development. Relating buildings to existing context on that note, new development is often larger in size and mass than existing neighborhood structures. And buildings may not need to be, buildings may need to be expressed as separate volumes. We'll see that in the site plan, which I will highlight in just a few moments. To provide massing to fit with surrounding residences and human scale, again, with long continuous segments of building walls facing the street should be avoided. New development should reflect the existing development pattern. And it also talks about when buildings with greater than 100 linear feet of frontage should include significant breaks in articulation and sufficient architectural interest to reflect existing development pattern. And building mass should assist in providing again, effective transitions between commercial and residential. But in this case, there are no residential uses adjacent to the site. Here's the site plan, which clearly shows how the applicant has attempted to address the North Glendale Community Plan as it relates to the site planning when it discusses how to break up the building to avoid the long, continuous, horizontal facades. So we have, again, identified building A, building C, building A, B, and C. And the driveway entrances, one in the center, and I don't know if you can see this on my screen, one along the east side of the property. And the applicant could go into more detail as it relates to the entrance and circulation for the parking. It's a roof plan, and there are open space rooftop decks for the tenants on the upper floors. Now, in terms of the elevations, and please stop me along the way because I know there's a lot to go over. But what I would like to highlight as we went over earlier, we talked a little bit about massive scale, and as mentioned in the staff report, the northerly buildings facing Foothill Boulevard and along Lowell Avenue feature 3 stories, 41 feet, and the rear building C features 41, would feature 51 feet overall height and 4 stories. And it's located, again, adjacent to the existing storage facility to the rear. The site's location, adjacent to a wide roadway, provides extra visual space around the building, which combined with the site's topography appropriately reduces potential overwhelming building mass at both facades. And this setting and the additional residential setbacks provided on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors help to project that feel of less mass and bulk. I won't go into too much detail because there's a lot of it I've already covered, and also it's in your staff report. So unless you have any other specific questions related to the mass and scale on how this is the view from Foothill Boulevard. We can see the commercial tenants on the ground floor and then the residential above. This is the view from Lowell Avenue. Again, there's a commercial, this is part of that commercial tenant that wraps the corner for building A with the residential above. Building C, and there, due to the topography, you can't see, and it wouldn't be visible from this angle. And again, the applicant will discuss that more, but the office space that's proposed would be located in this area. And this is building C.
Ms. Toledo, I think we have a couple of questions. Board Member Smith. You're
Yes.
muted.
Thank you. Hi. So I'm curious about the density bonus concessions. How is the 51 feet based on the adding 1 story for building C? Can you answer how that larger number is added from the 30?
I will defer to the applicant to explain that reasoning.
Well, I think it was the city
for 51 feet. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Isn't it the city's call about the density bonus, not the applicant's?
But I'm sorry, I didn't really quite understand your question.
How the density bonus concessions are established when the rest of the building, I think it's 34 or 36 feet in height, buildings A and B, and then building C is 51.
Right.
Is
So
it
it
based
has-
on adding just one floor?
No, it has to do with the topography. And it slopes, and that's why I was saying the applicant will explain that more in his presentation. And I would need to then move forward into the presentation so I can show you the section views where it shows that along this corner, and again, it's difficult to see because these sections, the heights are not shown, but it is on the plan. But again, it has to do with the way the property slopes down and the elevation difference between the street level and the rear corner is much lower at the southeast corner of the property.
Thanks very much.
Okay, I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, Ms. Toledo, I think Board Member Simonian had a question as well. At least he'd raised his hand. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the zoning for the self-storage facility for the adjacent property to the south?
I believe it's also CH, but I'll need to confirm.
The CH zoning on its own, Ms. Toledo, without an SB 1818 project, if a commercial property is proposed, such as retail, whatever it may be, or an office building, what is the height limit for a CH zoned property?
35 feet. But I will confirm that.
Probably 35 plus a certain number of feet if you have a roof pitch, but the south side of the property and the self-storage facility are about the same grade. So if you would just let us know what that height would be with the 35 feet plus the roof.
Yes, I will look at that if it's possible, because it's hard for me to go back and forth online.
And when it's the right time, Mr. Chair, I have some questions and clarifications from the city attorney prior to beginning of the presentation. But I will leave that up to you to let me know when it is the appropriate time to ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Venus, go ahead.
Also. Yes, my question is about the height of the building C that is reported to be 51 feet. From the profile that I'm seeing, it seems that as you go from north to south, from Foothill Boulevard along the lower floor of the building C is submerged. It seems to be one level below grade. Therefore, I only count 3 or 4 story. And this would not add up to 51 feet. I don't know. Am I missing something? From Lowell Street, I see only 3-story structure visible.
Right, because partially it is below grade. Yes.
So basically, your 51-foot height that you're saying building C has is actually from the bottom of the basement, which is not visible from street, all the way to the rooftop, right?
Correct.
So to technically, the visible portion of the building is only 3 stories.
Correct.
From Lowell Avenue, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And to answer board members' question regarding the overall height for commercial hillside properties, I was correct in my statement. I wanted just to confirm it is 35 feet.
And that includes the roof pitch, Ms. Toledo?
Well, according to the code, it does remember that because we're applying the R1250 standards.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. If it were a commercial property, non-residential, non-SB 1818, a purely commercial property, such as an office building.
So it would only be the 35 feet because the additional pitch that you typically would see in, let's say, in a R1250 zone wouldn't apply in a commercial or in the commercial hillside zone.
Thank you for the clarification.
Only apply if an enclosed or screened rooftop equipment not exceeding 5 feet in height above, but that is something different. So no, the additional 5 feet would not apply in a commercial hillside. The additional pitch height would apply to a residential building in the let's say R1250 zone. Does
And
that
just to be clear, when a residential project like this, a mixed-use project, is being proposed in a commercial zone, those are the standards that are applied?
Right, the R1250 standards are the standards that apply in this case.
Okay, thank you. I think you can go ahead and move on now. We'll reserve all the rest of the questions until the end.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to where I think I left off. So this was the view from the east side, looking towards the building, and this is the rear elevation that we were discussing a few minutes ago. And I've included the sections, but again, these sections are included in your packet. So I will move quickly in some perspectives. A view looking from Lowell Avenue towards the rear of the property. This is a view from Foothill Boulevard looking towards the east, and this is the corner of the building, and the commercial tenants along Foothill Boulevard moving in this direction would be eastbound with the residential above. Another view, material board that they are using a combination of materials and color. And again, the applicant will go into that further in his presentation. The metal roof, stucco clad with hardy clad or cement board siding, and stone cladding as well. Again, and you were able to appreciate that in the elevations. Landscape plan. And staff is recommending approval of the design, or in this case, the design review board case, subject to the 7 conditions that are outlined in your staff report. Would you like me to go over all 7 conditions verbatim? They are listed in your report.
Just summary of them is fine.
Okay, so the first one has to do with providing greater emphasis at the residential entries of the buildings A, B, and C, perhaps by introducing canopies or some other architectural feature to help distinguish the entries from nearby storefronts, to show mechanical equipment on the plans appropriately screened from view. The applicant did show the lamp or the fixtures, but we wanted to have or suggest that they show and specify the building light fixtures on the plans to be consistent with the cut sheet that they've provided, shown in the material board, to depict planters in the city's right-of-way, parkway area, to introduce new street trees if that is what is requested by the city's Public Works Division. Again, that's why it's noted to the satisfaction of urban forestry section, to submit drawing details of all junctions where the materials intersect, and to submit a window section, and to revise drawings to indicate decorative paving at driveway entries. So that is the extent of the conditions that we're suggesting. Again, the main one that has to do with design would be the first condition. And with that, I will conclude my remarks. If you have
Okay, thank you.
further questions, I'm available.
Thank you so much. So I think we would like to address a few questions. Mr. Simonian, you had indicated you had a question that you'd like to refer to the city attorney's office. So go ahead and pose that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Toledo, for taking us through a complex project and really summarizing it for us holistically. It did help to hear your viewpoint and really from that perspective, because we're looking at all this virtually and our screens, etc. And so that was very helpful. Thank you. The question that I wanted some clarification on from the city attorney, we've had numerous SB 1818 projects in front of the design review board in the past. And I have posted similar questions to the city attorney's office, and it's always been very helpful to understand from the city attorney the process of SB 1818 projects and what the state has mandated in regards to density bonuses and height concessions or any kind of development standard concessions, and how we as a board need to understand what we can work with in regards to making suggestions, modifications, conditions, etc., and what has already been filed in regards to concessions and how that kind of limits the scope of our understanding of the project and how we can manipulate it. So I always think that's a good way to start, especially when there is a lot of concern from the community. It's I think really beneficial for the community to understand the process as well. And it ends up being a very good educational process for many that are watching from home. So with that, the question that I had for the city attorney's office is if she could quickly summarize for us the SB 1818 process, the concessions that were asked for, or what the applicants requested and what was granted, and how what is really the ability of this board to put in new conditions on a state mandated, already approved list of concessions, one of which is height, which is of course a very big issue with the community. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city attorney's office. Thank you.
Hello.
Ms. Nuki, are you there?
Clearly?
We can barely hear you.
Yvette,
Okay, wonderful.
you're going to have to
Sorry,
speak up a little bit.
Okay, I will do my best. So SB 1818, as referenced by Board Member Simonian, is a state law under Government Code 65915 that requires all cities to approve certain density bonuses, which are additional density above the maximum allowed under the zoning designation, as well as incentives. And depending on the affordability level, here it's 15%, very low. There are 3 concessions that are virtually automatic. There are findings that the city has to make to deny them, and they're very difficult to make. The additional density requested was, in this case, was below the maximum 35%. And it was only, I believe, 9%. So they did not take advantage of the full density. They would have been allowed 35% density bonus. And the 3 incentives and concessions were the height in stories, so 51 feet and 4 stories, and it only applies, as Ms. Toledo said, to 1 building. The lot coverage to 75% and the common outdoor space reduction. So the design, so with all that being said, the design review board, the density bonus decision was made in March of 2020, so almost a year ago, and it was not appealed. So that decision stands, and that means, for what it means for the design review board, is you can certainly consider the design, you can comment on mass and scale, but those 3 concessions, which I just went over, cannot be altered by your, any conditions that you place on it cannot take away these incentives or concessions. But certainly there's plenty for the design review board to be able to comment on, and plenty of conditions that are legally permissible for you to impose on this project. I hope that answers most of your questions. I'm happy to answer more questions if needed.
I have a question, Ms. Nukian. Hi, it's Commissioner Smith.
Hello.
So, hi. So the 51 feet is based on adding one floor, or is that number established a different way? Because it has a roof and an attic and so forth, so it's really adding more like almost a floor and a half.
I would defer to Ms. Toledo for that, but as far as that detail goes, I was just speaking to the legal implications of the granted concessions.
Okay, and my question was how that number was arrived at before. Thanks.
Ms. Nukian, several of the opponents of the project have written in and commented that in either the city of LA or unincorporated LA County, that the provision of bonus density exceptions or grants is still restricted in those communities to the native zoning applicable. In other words, that these wouldn't exceed the limits imposed by the local zoning. Is there any merit to that argument? Because it seemed illogical to me, but I just wanted to clarify because several of the letter writers opined on that.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it that people who have commented on this project are claiming that the city of LA does not grant incentives that are, you know, essentially waivers or variances of their zoning code?
That's what I gathered from those letters. Yes, and I'm not sure if it was the city or if it was the unincorporated county, but yes, that's exactly what they're saying. That SB 18 is being interpreted by those agencies that it does not allow you to go beyond what is the limits of the zoning.
Well, that's the whole point of the law. So in exchange for affordable housing, the city is mandated, you know, the city does have an ability to deny it, but it's very difficult. So it's essentially a mandate for, depending on the affordability level, and here it's 15%, so it's just 3 incentives or concessions. So that's the whole, so I don't, you know, I can't comment on specific cases or specific jurisdictions, but I do know the state law applies to all cities, including charter cities. So if any city is doing that or any county is doing that, that would be a violation of the state law.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Toledo or for the city attorney's office?
I have what I hope is a quick question, and it's regarding the CEQA exemption. So is this a statutory exemption or a categorical exemption?
It's a categorical Class 32 exemption in fill.
Okay, and then nobody challenged the exemption?
No,
okay.
Nobody challenged. The decision was made in March. The notice of exemption was filed in March, I believe March 16th, with the LA County Recorder, and they the period to challenge that was 35 days. Even if we hadn't filed one, it would have been 180 days after the approval.
Right. Okay, and significant public controversy hadn't occurred by then, correct?
No,
I can't comment on that.
Oh, sorry. Pardon. No, we have not received any letters or correspondence.
Thanks much.
Okay, so let's go ahead and open the public hearing and have the applicant present. Mr. Zarabians?
Yes, Chair Welch and members of the board. Okay. Chair Welch, good evening, and the members of the board. My name is Hamlet Zorabians. I'm the project architect, and my office is in Glendale, 3467 Ocean View Boulevard, for the record. Okay, I'm not going to repeat, try to not repeat, because I have very limited time to present the project. I'm not going to repeat what the staff has already gone through it, obviously. But I think there's a couple of notable things that is very important, I think, to mention. Is not for us only, but also the public or witnessing this Zoom meeting or rather they're here. Is about the North Glendale Community Plan. I think we should make it clear that the North Glendale Community Plan, within its own boundaries, has certain design guidelines for 7 different areas. These guidelines for every 7 area that is within the boundaries are very specific to those areas. 6 of those areas are residential areas, and there's only 1 area there which is commercial. Commercial, which we are falling into it. The commercial one is designated as Area 2, Foothill Boulevard, which includes 2 different sections, 2 different designations, I should say. Suburban Corridor Commercial District and Main Street Commercial District. Both ends of Foothill Boulevard are designated as Suburban Corridor Commercial District. And what I want to emphasize is that there's separate and specific design guidelines for each area, these 7 areas. So we cannot take, for instance, a design guideline that is designated for Area 6 and then apply it to Area 2. This whole thing was adopted in 2011, as most of us know, and it's very specifically set. For the interest of time, before I even make a couple of other comments about the project, I just want to read a couple of the lines in the design guidelines of this specific area, so you can see how we were familiar with this thing. This is something that we've been working on this thing for 2.5 years with the staff, and we've gone through all these issues, and that's why the result of it we see today, as far as the design is concerned. And I'm just going to read very quickly. The design guidelines are intended to convey overall best practice. However, conditions vary from site to site, and there may be a more appropriate solution that did not and is not included in the guidelines. In the suburban corridor portion of the Foothill Boulevard, building may be located near the front of the lot with parking behind it, which, as we heard that one. If the proposal is for a corner, we heard that one, the site of building should be located at or near the corridor. These are the rest of them are just very specific, and it applies to our design. As new development is often larger, it says, in size and mass than existing neighboring structures, a building may need to be expressed as a series of separate volumes. And that's what it started our project, because we were very conscious of this. Instead of having 280 feet long stretch of Foothill Boulevard, we had to come up with these different volumes of buildings. Encourage variety of architectural styles. Continue to allow the street to have an electric feel. Do not prescribe building location, style, open space, etc. Do not, and then says, a new development should have greater architectural interest than the existing buildings, and variety of shapes and forms, and variety of roof heights and form, and the form is important, suggested. And there's also a couple of them which deals with the variation of the roof levels between the buildings, which all of these things we have adhered. And this is something that we started and worked with the staff, design staff, and we've been working on this project. Now, because this site is very unique and it's in the corner as was described, there's a height, there is a elevation difference from east to west and north to south. And also, we got to understand, we got to appreciate this thing, that in the southeast corner of this property is very low point. So technically, when you're trying to establish the building height, technically you have to take from the very low point of the corner of the location. It goes all the way to the top of the building. That's why building C, being a longer building, and it stretches all the way to the east side of the interior corner, if you would. When it's viewed from the Lowell Avenue, it's only 3-story buildings. But the rest of that fourth floor that we are talking about is not a residential floor. That's just basically the first floor garage that is camouflaged behind the existing public storage units. And those are the things that, if you look at the south elevation, it's clearly seen. And so that 51 feet that we are discussing so closely, it's not from the street going all the way up. That height that we have that from the street, we are limited to 41. But when you're coming inside, 200 feet, you can imagine inside the property, that's where we are taking that height. That's why that 51 feet came about.
Okay, Mr. Zarabian, your time ran out. I don't know if you
know, it's very small amount of time for this.
I know. I'm sure there'll be some questions here for you, though. Right. So, do board members have questions for Mr. Zarabian? I'll actually lead it off here. One question I had, sir, is the parking. So per the requirements or the guidelines given by the city here, you could have done only 62 parking spaces, but you instead are proposing 77. Can you explain why you're doing that?
Well, because 62 parking would not include any provisions for guest parking. Because when you're going with the density bonus, you have the parking concession that we are allowed to. That includes all the handicap and as well as the guest parking. But in this case, we chose to have guest parking in addition to the regular parking that we are for the units, just to encourage people and the guests who are arriving going into the South Triangle garage and park there for the access instead of spilling it to the street. So that's the only reason that we've done that, 77 parking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it seemed to me, and I'll comment that this is one of the most complicated parking garage structures I've seen. And, you've added this additional P3 level, which you could completely eliminate that and still be well within, in fact, you'd be over the minimum 62 if you did that, and probably save a lot of money. So I'm just curious why it was deemed so desirable to do that.
As I said, Chair Welch, is because of the guest parking. Instead of having guest parking needed to park outside, we just try to take it from the street and then bring it down. There's no other reason. Okay. We'd be much happier to spend less in construction. If that's would be the condition, or if that's your direction, I have no problem with that.
Do any other board members have questions for the applicants?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on your train of thought, Mr. Walsh. As we're trying to understand the site, and it becomes much more apparent when you look at the survey, and as the architect pointed out, the lowest portion of the site is about 200 feet, with inside kind of the storage area, let's say. And so if, let's say, you got rid of the parking underneath building number 3, and so when we were looking at section 5, sheet 5.1, section number 2, 4'6" of that 51 feet is simply the semi-sub parking popping out, because once you go over 30 inches, it gets counted as it goes into a whole bunch of different stories. But I'm wondering if that parking is eliminated, just out of curiosity, if that parking is eliminated as depicted in 5.1 on the left side at the bottom, would your height then be measured from really the deck of the area that you're eliminating the parking from?
No, actually, first of all, that first parking that you're referring to behind the office building is necessary because that's the accommodation for the commercial segment of the office, and that's a parking related to the office itself. But the rest of the parking is actually subterranean. So when it's going subterranean, we are actually measuring it from the deck, that deck that you're referring to, including the 51. So I cannot bring the residential parking from subterranean and put it in the first level of the commercial because of the mixed use issue. Because by mixed use standards, first floor is reserved for commercial uses. And I have to be very careful on that, how to zoning wise accommodate that. So my residential parking is bypassing the commercial behind the office and goes down. I know it's complex, but we've been working on this thing several times, and I'm just very proud of how the solution has been worked out. It's just that I'm trying to reassure you that what the building visible from outside is not what you see in the numbers, because when you're talking about 4-story, that's not what the 4-story we're going to be seeing from the street. So there are a lot of constraints that I have to deal with in developing this project. It's not only one or two, but if there is a attempt to reduce the parking from 77 to 62, which will eliminate portion of the parking, I'm all for it. It's just that I thought that it would be better to accommodate, guest parking within the garage, and I may be able to kind of achieve that with the rearranging, some parking spaces, also.
Thank you, Mr. Zorabian, for that explanation. What I wanted to follow up on, just so I understand the train of thought, and I understand in the mixed use concept where if we do have mixed use commercial, the parking needs to be on that level. Now, assuming building number 3, which is the south portion, there's a general office of 1,000 square feet. Is that 1,000 square feet of commercial resulting in the commercial parking on that south side? And if that 1,000 square feet of office went away, would you still have to provide residential commercial parking on that level right next to it? And couldn't you just substitute that into residential parking?
The first, this is what the discussion we had with the staff, and this is about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, that we were discussing this thing. This was a direction that I received, that I have to have commercial use facing Lowell Avenue, and so that 1,000 square feet office became necessary. And then behind the office, I cannot have residential parking in the same level. So
you've answered my question. So this is what this board is all about, is to find solutions and to look at things differently. I understand that the community plan would say that, you would have to have commercial facing the commercial street. I understand that. But our job is to look at things holistically and to come up with solutions looking at the bigger picture. And so if we're adding a whole story on the south side of a building, which could be eliminated with the possibility of substituting parking by just eliminating 1,000 square feet of retail, is the solution that I wanted to see has any merit with you, if that was possible.
For me as an architect, it's possible. Especially I'm dealing with contours and topography of the site itself. And actually that office facade would have been kind of a semi, because you will not have a full story exposed all the time on the lower level. But if this board feels that we can actually eliminate the office and thereby eliminating need for the parking spaces there, that is gonna just bring me, pose a kind of a zoning issue for me. So if the zoning will be directed, if you can, I don't know if there's in the purview of this board to suggest that. I doubt it. But that's where I am. I mean, this is something that was mandated to me by zoning code to do it. That's why I've done it.
Mr. Minas, you had a question? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, please. I have 2 questions, Mr. Zorabian. Thanks for the beautiful presentation. My question is, since that figure feet. It's eye-catching for people that are not able to visualize three-dimensional, topography. In the past, the city of Glendale has allowed to artificially raise grade, natural grade, if the height of the building has been an issue. In this particular case, if you build an L-shaped wall going along the east property line and wrapping along the south, and the height of the wall to be like 10 feet and backfill that will automatically reduce 10 feet of the, say 51 feet, it'll become like 41 foot from the lowest point of the property to the highest point of the property, or highest point of the building. That's number one. Number two, I noticed that at the northwest corner of the property, you have almost 2-level subterranean parking garage. I have done, again, as a soil engineer, I've done many projects in the area, and I'm telling you, the material, the subsurface material in that area is like conglomeratic type of, soil, a lot of cobbles, boulders, and of course, the 2-level subterranean parking will require not only vertical shoring part, but also laterally braced or maybe tie-back anchors to support that magnitude height. And it will be extremely difficult to go 2-level subterranean with respect to excavation and shoring installation. If you could somehow, as Mr. Simonian suggests, or Mr. Wells suggests, to eliminate 1-level subterranean, that will facilitate your construction grading work immensely. I'll guarantee that. Just a thought.
Okay, if it's the only issue of the parking, subterranean garage level parking, I can let's say I can make an attempt to reduce the heights between the levels and eliminate one whole floor, pushing it up, in other words, by revising the parking spaces to accommodate that. I mean, if that's a condition, then I can just get on to work on that. But I'm just saying that as far as the building appears from outside, it's just going to be a 3-story building on a platform. That platform in the south side is already occupied by the public storage building, if you will, and that's not going anywhere. And that part, the building itself, as I noted on the elevation, is just going to mask the bottom. So 51 feet building height, by definition, is taken from the lowest part of the existing site. Somehow that the existing site in that corner just goes down. You know what I mean? It's a downhill from that point. And technically, I have to call it a 51 feet. But if I were to measure from
I totally understand.
Yeah.
But the public doesn't have, again, as I indicated, most people don't have the ability to look at topography in a 3-dimensional, so that they can see what are you talking about, where you're coming from. But I totally understand, because this is in my field, yeah.
I can revise the parking if that would be a condition to accommodate it. Especially if I can, reduce the number of parking as Chair Welsh suggested. I can look at it. I can redesign it in a sense of, if that's the concern.
I wasn't suggesting it. I was just asking a question. But, okay, so I think we're done with this section, and I think it's time for us to open up for callers. So, Ms. Zimitidis, how many callers do we have?
At this point in time, we have 4 callers.
4 callers. Okay. So we'll start taking callers. We'll allow 2 minutes for each caller. 3 minutes? Okay. All right. 3 minutes. Fine.
Mr. Johnny Ventura, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes.
Yes, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board.
I could speak now?
Yes, please.
Okay. I live on Bella Street, which is below Foothill. and I didn't see any discussion about traffic impact, because there's times in the day when traffic is backed up all the way to community. So adding this building is just going to add more congestion. And Lowell Avenue is the main artery off the 210 freeway for everybody to either go to work or come home. And it's just really busy street. So you could talk about 4 stories, 10 stories. That's not the issue. My concern is, what is the impact for the people who've lived here for many, many years? What is the benefit of this project to the people who live here? How does this project benefit anybody that lives in this area? I've been here 45 years, and I just see this just more and more congestion. I'm not trying to be not in my backyard issue. All I'm trying to say is, how does this project, or my question is, how does this project benefit the people who live up here? Because when I moved here 45 years ago, obviously, you know, times change, and you got to go with the changes. But to add all these other people living here, to add more people, it just doesn't make sense to me. So again, and I'm beating a dead horse, but I don't see how this project is going to benefit the residents who live up here in North Glendale. So if somebody could just explain to me what is the benefit?
Okay, sir. Thank you for your call. Appreciate it.
Chair?
Yes, Mr. Simonian?
I just wanted to take a moment, and I could tell the gentleman was passionate about the question, and he posted the question 4 times. And so I think we owe it to at least giving him an answer versus just ignoring it. And I very much do appreciate your question, sir. I think, how does this benefit the people in the community? I think it benefits households that are very low income, that are all part of our community. And so our Glendale community consists of very wealthy and very poor. And unless the state mandated these kind of density bonuses to allow a project like this to provide 5 very low income housing for the next 55 years. And so what the public needs to understand is there's a restriction placed on the project where for 55 years, the rent on a unit mix consisting evenly throughout the project. And so let's say if you have 30 units of 1, 2s, and 3s, and you had 6 very low income units, it would be 2 very low income units of 1 bedroom, 2 very low incomes of 2 bedrooms, and 3 very low incomes of the 3 bedrooms, evenly divided. And that would be very low income rents for those households for the next 55 years, which is approximately 1/3 the rent level of market rate. And so it's providing a need for that segment of households in our community, which is something that everyone should be mindful of. So I just wanted to bring that up, Mr. Chair, because the question was posted in a very logical way, and I think the gentleman deserved an answer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very useful. I would also comment that on traffic issues, especially for other callers, that we really don't have the purview with this board to rule on traffic issues. Those are things that were decided at a different level. So we really can't, eliminate this project, deny the project, or significantly reduce the project because of those traffic issues. So that is just not within our purview. Okay, so let's move on to the next caller.
Yes, the next caller is Ms. Susan Boland. Ms. Susan Boland, you're live on the air.
Thank you. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to address was the density bonus application and approval that was happened on March 9th. Both the board members and Ms. Toledo had mentioned that nobody appealed that decision. And I wanted to mention that I've been following this project since May of 2019, and I asked Ms. Toledo and others to keep me informed and make sure that I'm aware of everything that happens on this project. And I kept inquiring and nothing happened. And as we all know, in March of 2020, when this decision was made, we were all focused on other things. But by August of 2020, I again contacted Ms. Toledo and asked her about what was happening, and she did send me that decision. And of course, that was too late to be able to respond appropriately or appeal any decision. So I just wanted to put that out there. When you're talking about projects on Foothill, institutional memory is extremely important. I've been following land use projects for a very long time in La Crescenta, the Glendale portion. And there was a project in 2009, went into 2010, called the Foothill Lumber Project. And it was between Dunsmore and New York on Foothill Boulevard. And if you look at the pattern of development in the section, you'll look everywhere from Pennsylvania all the way to Lowell that all of the buildings in that section have developed with a pattern of 1 or 2 stories. Some are below grade, so the impact visually is less because they're below grade. And the only building that is a 3-story building that's greater than the 35 feet is the one directly opposite this project. The photos that were shown online, in the presentation, were very misleading. The only tall building is the one directly across the street from the project. So I just wanted to make that clear. At that time, the residents did oppose the very big project, and mainly because it wasn't compatible with the neighborhood. The city council did stay the appeal and did reject the project based on it was just too big and too tall. And consequently, the commercial hillside zone was reduced to a maximum of 35 feet at that time. Following that, we went into plans for the North Glendale plan, and I sat on the advisory committee, also wrote some of the components of the plan itself. So here we are a decade later, and we're looking at the same situation where we have a property where an applicant wants to put a very large building that doesn't conform with the North Glendale plan. The density bonus that was approved was excessive, and I would have appealed it had I known about it. The building, the mass and scale, we can argue about the 51 feet and, the 3 stories on top of the grade garage, or, if part of it's subterranean or what have you. But if you look at the project in general as a whole, it's huge. It's very big. And many of the components of the North Glendale plan do address commercial buildings, not only on Foothill, but in Verdugo City as well. And they talk about the mass and scale.
I have to ask you to wrap up now. You've run out of time.
Thank you so much. So just in summary, it doesn't conform to the North Glendale plan because of the mass and scale, because it doesn't, it's not the same style of design as the rest of the neighborhood. And I really appreciate you looking carefully at this monumental building being put up in our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next caller, please.
Yes. The next caller is Mr. Francis Jennings. Mr. Jennings, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Jennings, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Jennings, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Thank you. I've lived in the area for the last 48 years, and even without this project, Lowell and Foothill is a very busy and dangerous intersection. And now you're wanting to put in 2 more driveways very close to that exact interchange. And all it's going to do is create more danger.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Next caller, please.
Yes, the next caller is Mr. Grant Michaels. Mr. Michaels, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Good evening, board members and staff, and I welcome to Board Member Chagayan. My name is Grant Michaels. I'm the president of the Montrose Verdugo City Spar Heights Neighborhood Association. My comments focus on the concession granting a 51-foot maximum height in the CH zone with a maximum of 35 feet. The granting of a discretionary height beyond what is required to accommodate the increased density is central to the appeal of the project on Honolulu currently before the City Council. This is the first opportunity to publicly comment on the matter, as the density bonus was granted without notice or without a public hearing. We consider the project to be incompatible with the CH zoning and the North Glendale Community Plan. The intent of SB 1818 is to provide the applicant incentives or concessions for the production of affordable housing. The concessions allow for the increased density of the affordable components. As a test, removing the concessions, if that does not leave a project that meets the existing zoning, we find that to be a measure of being incompatible. Our finding is that we find the discretionary height bonus greater than what is required to accommodate the affordable housing. We request board members to state their findings of fact, and I will quote from SB 1818 to show that the waiver or modification is necessary to make the housing units economically feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more callers?
Yes, we do have a number of other callers. The next person is Ms. Rachel Sloan. Ms. Sloan, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to comment during this hearing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I do have concerns, again, regarding the North Glendale Community Plans, which the front page of those plans states that we value and embrace a rural suburban lifestyle, which allows us to live and work close to nature and recognizes our connection to the mountains, neighboring communities, and our history. And this new development is not in line with those overarching principles. It does not serve to support the rural suburban lifestyle, and I would argue effectively detracts from what makes our community different from those surrounding us in Glendale as well as in neighboring communities. From a design standpoint, I do feel the proposed development goes against the community guideline regarding mass and scale. This development, which totals 37,040 square feet, is 13 times larger than the building it's replacing. And it's a building that does not fit within the surrounding infrastructure or the design of the community around it. It would be the first building of its kind, not only on its block, but within many blocks on Foothill. And its development goes blatantly against the rules laid out in the plan, which reflects the desires of the community at large. Something else is the development would have a significant visual impact on the surrounding mountains from many homes and businesses north of its development, as well as for those driving east on Foothill from Tahunga. By and large, many of the constituents of this area have desired to live in this community because of its beautiful views and connection to the surrounding mountains. I myself, who've only lived here for a couple years, have relished living here, having spent much of my life in Glendale and Hollywood, and having grown really weary of the higher-rising buildings that destroy quainter communities and block out precious views of the mountains and the sky. And you might believe this is just one development, but allowing such development sets a precedent for others to follow. And a large apartment complex is out of context for this immediate neighborhood and goes against the rules set out in the community plan that building mass and articulation should reflect the development pattern of the neighborhood. This is not a building structure that currently exists in the immediate neighborhood, and it's not something we're interested in laying the ground rules for here in North Glendale. Thousands of people in this community love living here because of its small town feel, which is a rarity I think we should aim to protect in the ever developing metropolis of Greater Los Angeles. There's a strong desire for historical preservation of this unique suburban living, and that's something that cannot be regained once large-scale developments are approved and snuff out this rare community landscape. So I know I speak for many when I say we're relying on you to help us preserve this rural suburban community that we all love, and I hope that you'll reconsider this development.
Thank you very much. Okay, next caller.
Yeah. The next caller is Ms. Yvonne Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Hello.
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 You're live on the air with the Design Review Board.
Yes. I'm here. I'm trying to listen at the same time. What's that?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, you are live on the air with the Design Review Board. You have 3 minutes.
Well, there's someone talking right now, though. Should I start talking now?
Yes, please.
Okay, because there's someone talking right now.
You might need to turn off your your television or your computer, or put it on mute. So there's a
okay. All right.
There's a delay.
There's a delay, I guess, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. My name is Yvonne Johnson. I thank you for taking my call. My concerns are very. First of all, I want to say that I'm a resident of the area for 30 years. And this is a very dangerous intersection. It is very difficult to get out of Albertsons when you do your grocery shopping now. It's almost impossible to get into the middle section just to get across the lane. Adding more units, more commercial units right there on that corner is just it's a disaster waiting to happen because there are no infrastructure improvements. That is a major concern. So it's too dangerous of an intersection. Traffic hasn't been studied. Another problem I have with it is the 51 foot height. That is way too high for this area. It is going to obstruct views. The CH zone allows 35 feet, not 51. And I'm very concerned that this was pushed through when everybody was trying to deal with COVID on March 9th. They're saying that they got these approvals and nobody was notified in the community to be able to speak out against it, and we weren't aware. So they really need to give people the time and effort to comment on this. I'm sure a lot of people will not be happy with this because this does not conform to the North Glendale plan. It is against the plan. It's not helping us keep our small town feel. It feels more like the downtown area when you add these types of humongous buildings. And they keep mentioning the storage building that's right next to it. I'm very aware of that little storage building. This one would tower over it. That one is very small. I think this is a mistake. I think that if they could scale it down, that would be everybody in the community could kind of go back it. But at this level of how much they're building and the fact that it's a very dangerous intersection with in and out on the other side, it's too big and too much. And I appreciate if you guys would look into this more and give people time to comment because of the timing of when this was being pushed through. Also, we don't want to have higher and higher density in zones where higher density is not good. We've noticed for COVID reasons too. So I'd appreciate if you give people time to look into to comment against this because this is not conforming with our North Glendale plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Okay.
Thank you. The next caller is Ms. Lisa Morris. Ms. Morris, you're live on the air.
All righty. Let me put my TV on mute. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so my name is Lisa Morris, and I'm a resident of La Crescenta. and I have lived in this whole foothill community more than 35 years. And yes, the main concern, one of the biggest concerns, is this project could not be at a worse location. The density bonus application cites approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, and water quality. I disagree wholeheartedly. How anyone could determine that traffic is not affected is out of their mind. I'm sorry. You just got to go look at the intersection and see. Traffic numbers, which were calculated by the law firm for the purposes of the report, weren't real study, real numbers of the site. And that being Lowell being a huge main artery to the 210 freeway, there's been numerous accidents in that location. You already have traffic jamming up at the Armenian school. Right below, you've got the popular In-N-Out Burger with all its line of customers. You got customers coming in and out of Albertsons and Wells Fargo. Adding more hundreds of vehicle trips is going to be very dangerous. And then, two, the height restrictions. There's a misleading statement in your design, your density bonus report, where it says there are similarly sized residential buildings elsewhere in the city. No, there's not. There is zero in La Crescenta area in Montrose, zero. So they must be comparing that to downtown Glendale. And I will tell you, the residents up here do not want La Crescenta to become another downtown Glendale. And the other thing is, yes, the massive scale does not fit the community. And while the planner compared the massive scale to the existing of what was nearby, I don't see that comparing to the commercial building that's next door to it, which is only one story. The ones it's compared to aren't residential. This is going to cause hundreds of extra trips and needs to be measured. I think the project itself looks nice. It's just the wrong size for that location. And the other thing about notice, I will tell you, had our homeowners association known about the approval, we would have appealed it. None of us knew about it. What is wrong with the notifications to the public? We didn't get public notice. So I think there's something legally wrong with that.
Okay, Ms. Morris, thank you. Your time has expired. We appreciate your feedback there. Thank you.
The next caller is Ms. Catherine Yurka. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Perhaps if she's not answering at this moment, we can take the next caller in line and come back to her.
Yeah, let's do that.
The next caller is Ms. Carol Johnson. Ms. Johnson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Johnson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Johnson?
Are we having some technical difficulties again?
I will try Ms. Yurka one more time.
Okay.
Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Yurka? Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. I will put her on hold and try Ms. Johnson one more time. Ms. Johnson, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Carol Johnson, you're live on the air.
Are these the last two callers?
Yes, these are the last two callers. I'll try again. Ms. Yurka, you're live on the air with the Design Review Board. Ms. Yurka? Would the board like to take a 2-minute recess so we can confirm that it's not a technical issue and perhaps
that's
something
fine.
going on the end of the callers?
That's fine. We can give it a quick recess here.
All right, thank you. All right. It appears that we are back live on GTV6. We have one caller remaining, Ms. Carol Johnson.
Yes.
You are live on the air with the GTV6 and DRB.
Yes. I would like to state that I live about a half a block above the proposed development on Vista Court, but actually my house resides on the alley side, and the existing lighting from the parking lot of the preschool actually shines directly into my windows. That's how close I am to this property, so it affects me and my neighbors and family greatly. I would like to agree with the comments of earlier callers about the mass and scale of this property, in that it does not conform to the North Glendale plan. And the only building that is like it is the one directly across the street from it, which is literally on the other side of the alley from me. So I'm very aware of the mass and scale of that building and the impact that it has on both the neighborhood as well as the traffic on this intersection. On a smaller item, I correct me if I'm not missing something, but I didn't see in the plan any provision for delivery trucks or moving vans. This is a large number of apartments as well as commercial, and we know that even residential houses now residential homes have many deliveries now, because so much is done on the internet, ordering, et cetera, but moving trucks as well. And I was wondering if there has been any space planned for the lengthy parking of moving trucks as they load and unload, and delivery trucks that would be involved in both the residential and possibly the commercial part of this planned project. Will those moving trucks have to park on Foothill or on the steep Lowell side to load and unload? And could there be possibly a turnout on the Foothill curb to allow for this, to not impede the traffic flow with these deliveries and moving trucks? And that turnout might also provide a safety lane for the exit and entry of vehicles to the underground parking between those two driveways. The inset, to me, would need to be within the property lines, not something on Foothill, because there is extensive traffic on Foothill, as we know, and that intersection is extensive traffic issues already. And we've known that the Glendale Welcome to Glendale sign was a great impediment in the middle of the road. So I can only imagine what a moving truck would be like in that same location, essentially. So if anyone on the board or the architect could explain if there is a provision for delivery trucks and or moving trucks.
Typically, that's not part of what we are analyzing when we're dealing with these kinds of projects. We're looking at, design, massing, scale, et cetera. So traffic issues like that are typically dealt with by other departments in the city.
Okay, I just didn't know if it would apply as the design element if there was a turnout in the planning of the property.
Go ahead, Bill. Ms. Levy, you wanted to say something?
I was going to respond to, it sounds like the caller is inquiring about loading spaces.
Yes.
So for residential, loading spaces are not required by code, and this is in chapter 30.32. And as it relates to a retail or restaurant type uses, which is again the type of commercial uses that are being proposed, in that case, and also office space, the code states that if the total floor area, let's say for restaurant and retail, is between 0 and 12,500 square feet, which in this case the project is lower than that, between 0 and 12,500, 0 loading spaces are required. The threshold would be from 12,501 to 60,000 square feet. At that point, then 1 loading space would be required. As it relates to office space, in this case, the project proposes 1,000 square feet. And for from 0 to 50,000 square feet, the code states that 0 loading spaces would be required. So therefore, the subject or proposal is below the threshold. I hope that answers the question that the caller was inquiring about.
It kind of reinforces to me that the size and scale of this project, because reality is the functioning of the residents and both commercial and residential people who occupy this building will be having that impact on Foothill and or Lowell, and there is no place for those vehicles to be. And so it will impact the traffic even more. So to the fact that the report said that it will not have a traffic impact, it absolutely will, both for the vehicles of the people who live there and also the deliveries and moving trucks that are involved.
Okay.
So you've confirmed that it's an issue, for me. You've confirmed that that is an issue. It may be something that this board doesn't address, but it's certainly an issue that impacts the decision of the building, about the building, and the impact on the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more callers. Ms. Catherine Yerka mentioned that she had nothing more to add at this time. And we had a total of 8 callers this evening. So.
Okay. So, Mr. Zarabians, we're going to give you a couple minutes to answer and respond to some of the caller comments that have come in.
Yes, thank you, Chair Welch. I just want to make comments as far as what we've done as far as the parking and the circulation and driveways and so on and so forth. Again, there was a gentleman called in the beginning that referred to two new driveways on the Foothill, which I just want to clarify that what we are doing with this proposed project, there is an existing 20-foot wide driveway off of Lowell Avenue currently, which we are closing that. We're not going to enter from Lowell Avenue at all. The 2 driveways that we are talking about facing the Foothill Boulevard, they're existing right now. If you look at the pictures, there is a driveway, 2-way driveway in the middle of the property, and then there's one that is very end of the property to the east side. We are utilizing that one driveway to the east side for the residential, and the center one we are utilizing for commercial parking. And we're not opening up any new driveways. Those 2 driveways are going to be used, so there's not going to be any other impact. The only thing is that on Lowell Avenue, by closing that off, that driveway off, existing driveway, excuse me, you're going to have actually eased up a little bit as far as the traffic is concerned. And also, I just want the public to know that the existing school has 57 children in operation, operating with 57 children and 7 staff members, which they are already generating a large amount of traffic that trips, and that's covered in our study, the traffic study that was done a long time ago. But by eliminating need for that, actually, it's being replaced with a new use. If you go back and refer to the traffic study that was done, actually, the impact of the new proposed uses are less than what is existing now. So it just basically reduces the amount of traffic that there is existing as far as the use. It's kind of difficult to see because you're just comparing to the square footage, but it has nothing to do with the square footage. We're talking about 34 residential units, which in calculation comes up with a different factor than a school, which is very busy, busy operation, which, the traffic mode is completely different. So I just want to remind you that school traffic generated impact by that school is going to be gone and is just replaced by this mixed use building. And that's what the study shows. And I guess another concern that one of the colors, posed as far as trucks being, for offloading and unloading. We actually have the beginning of the driveway, residential driveway entrance, that we have plenty of room there to accommodate sort of a area there for stoppage of the trucks to offload and unload. Our intention was not to even have any added spaces in a sense of, in the Foothill Boulevard, not to impact at all the existing. So we have taken a lot of measures here, very carefully, as far as that is concerned. So that's what I just wanted to add those comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zarabians. Mr. Simonian, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I wanted to take this opportunity to get some feedback from the architect. Mr. Zarabians, thank you so much for taking us through the project. As Mr. Welch indicated earlier, it is a very complex project. There's many layers to this, and it is somewhat of a complicated parking plan. And so with that in mind, can you help us out a bit? Looking at sheet 2.1, the site plan, do you envision some of these, let's say, deliveries or quick pickups to occur as you come in from the middle driveway off of Foothill, and utilize the parking spots behind the retail that's along Foothill? Is that the primary intent of those?
Yeah, normally that's what it is, because the type of uses that we are there with the square footage that we have for the retail, normally if there is any pickup or delivery, is going to be with very small trucks, perhaps some vans, and the head height in that location is plenty. I mean, we were talking about 10-foot high ceiling there because of the, yes. So any type of small truck and everything will be very temporarily just come in and park within, the parking there in commercial for delivery or anything like this. So there is some inherent, system of delivery, pickup, and so on and so forth with that commercial, and knowing that it might not be even in full capacity. But as far as residential is concerned, again, I mentioned that earlier, as far as my comment is.
And so the second part of my question would be the eastern driveway. From what I'm understanding, that goes straight down to and provides access to the lower level parking structure that's located under building C. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then at some point, it kind of turns along the southern property line, and there seems to be two ramps and a metal guardrail between them. Mm-hmm. What is that area to the south of the metal guardrail? Is that some sort of a, what is the intent of that area that has kind of a security gate?
Okay, as shown in sheet A 2.2a, if you look at it, that on the right-hand side, that same driveway, the eastern driveway, it just turned around and comes into a certain level, which is designated as 1805, as far as the elevation of that platform, if you will. That's where you're connecting with a parking space next door, which is below, underneath the building B. And then, so those two ramps that you're talking about, right-hand side ramp, which is going up, that provides for an access to the office parking spaces. And the continuation of the ramp itself, where you have a center media with a security gate, it provides for the rest of the trip going down to the very bottom level that you mentioned. So I'm now describing midway what is happening there. The intent is that to separate the residential and commercial from each other for security reasons. At the same time, to provide accesses to three different building, parking areas. Now, what we have done this thing, the reason we have done this thing, it makes it very easy for construction sequencing because we can actually phase each building during construction. We can actually build a building C parking structure while we have all our equipment and everything on the site itself. And then once the parking ramps and everything are done in building C, we can move all the parking and so on and so forth within that garage and start working on A and B. So it just helps us as far as the sequencing of the construction as well. So those parking levels that we are seeing there, it's accessible from interior-wise. Like for instance, parking for building A, it starts from parking below, which is internally going. All this operation is internally within the parking garage, obviously. It's not outside.
I understand. So thank you, Mr. Zoraevans. That helps. So if I'm looking at sheet 2.2B, building C at the bottom of the screen, and if I end up going down the ramp on the southern side where the security gate was, now I've kind of ended up on the left side where it says finish floor 1801 at one parking level.
Yes.
And then if I go down again on the northern driveway, I'd go down to the 1796 finished floor of the lower right, which is the lowest level.
Correct. Yes, that's only contains few cars. It's just very.
And if I were to eliminate that parking area, which is the 1796, if you just get rid of it in its entirety and just fill it with dirt, how would that affect the building sections on 5.2?
Well, that would eliminate.
Or 5.1 or 2, whichever one.
Yeah, 5.1. Yeah, if we go to 5.1, I think, what is the section? Section 2. Section 2 of 4.2. Actually, it's noted at 4.2. Because I have several sections gone through certain points of the project. I think
my package doesn't show 4.2. I'm missing 4.2.
Yes.
I have 5.1. Is that the same thing?
Yeah. Yeah, 5.1, yes. You would eliminate that particular going down in that level.
That lower left level.
Yes.
And we've had lots of discussions in the past. Usually you're up at the podium, you come up to the drawings and you get the pointer and we're able to go through this. So thank you for bearing with me. And so on sheet 5.1, section number 2, if we were to eliminate that lower level residential parking, how would that affect your building height as depicted from the 51 feet? Because this is your deepest portion of your site. So what would become your height at that point?
In fact, it's not going to change the building height itself the way it's there, is because by definition of height, I'm dealing with the existing grade at that point, the lowest grade at that point, which is depicted in one of your sheets in the beginning.
I understand, and I thought you were going to say that. So then is there any other way to look at it? Let's say if we eliminated parking and if we eliminated grading, the way the code interprets grade and height, then would only be able to change if let's say what Mr. Minas was suggesting with some sort of a retaining wall that brought you up. Would that be able to reduce the 51 feet in any which way?
No.
Because of the definition as described in the code?
Yes.
Because, got it. Okay. All right. Now, that easternmost driveway, if you're going down, what is the height? What is the height in section of that area? And would a delivery van that's less than 8'2", would it be able to go down that and kind of park in that lower level if it's designated?
What we have there, all the ramps and all the heights will clear 8'2" minimum. So sometimes we have 9, sometimes we have 9.5, but 8.2 is the minimum height.
And to the best of your knowledge, and I don't know the answer to this, like these new Amazon trucks that are, you know, make not the big UPS ones, but you know those Dodge or Mercedes vans. Would those fit in there like an 8.2 or a 9-foot? Which most
yes, they fall into that category. They fall into that category 8.2 because they're often handicap or accessible. Well, handicapped vans that are the same tall as that, and then normally what we have to clear 8.2.
The last question I have, and thank you for bearing with me. In the future, if this self-storage facility gets redeveloped, that 35 feet that they're considering, would that also kind of start from that lowest portion, or because that's not kind of a through lot in a way, or not a through lot, but just where would that 35 feet start from on that southern property?
It will start from their existing grade at the end of the structure that they're proposing on the existing driveway. So the slope is very similar to what we are doing as far as going down. So their building has to step down all the time to get to that point. If it's a long building, you got to go from the lowest point to the highest point. That determines your height. That is why when you're looking at 51 or 41 height, it's taken from the very low point to the very high point of the proposed structure. When we are separating the buildings from each other, that gives us a better situation to keep that height lower. That's why we're able to lower the building B 7 feet from the building A, and building C is 7 feet lower than the other two buildings. So if you have noticed already in the building elevations, that shows because there is a silhouette of the building in behind. You could see the shadow of it there, and how this thing's stepping down according to the geography or topography rather, and going all the way to there. So if they're developing, their lowest point that they have to take, it would be on the driveway of the proposed building that they're proposing all the way up.
And so then at that point, you would be a story above them, let's say. And if I'm looking at your rendering, the last rendering, which is, well, not the last one, it's the one that's from the southwest corner, kind of looking towards the self-storage. There's a retaining wall in your south portion. Is that retaining wall, that's the existing wall, right? That gray wall that's at the base of your building in that rendering, there's no sheet number, but it's
there is an existing wall right now.
It's immediate. The rendering right after sheet 5.2.
I don't have the rendering, unfortunately, in front of me. I have the elevation, but I don't have
that exists. So that rendering depicts a wall. Lily is showing it on her screen right now.
Yes. So if I go to A 4.2, okay, that rendering, and that's from the corner. If I go to sheet A 4.2, can we refer to that? Elevation A 4.2?
If Vilia puts it up and shares her screen, because I don't, mine is blank.
If you'll allow us one moment, we will bring up the plans from the staff report that are available online and share it on the screen itself. So 1 second, please. So, Milka, thank you.
I think the renderings are at the end of the set.
We're looking for sheet A 4.2.
It's 3 renderings up. One more. It's sheet 20. Or 19. Correct. That's the one. Thank you, Milka. Thank you. It's usually a lot easier when we're all in person. Thank you. Is that retaining wall as depicted in that rendering, Mr. Zorabians, is that an existing wall behind the self-storage?
What is depicted there is because it's a 3D digital, as you know, drawing. We are depicting the wall of the parking, subterranean parking garage, which is behind, is going to be behind, the public storage building. Whether it exists or not, there is an existing wall there, but we're not going to obviously go into, our neighboring property, but we are showing the wall that would be accommodating our structure on our side.
And if you were to have the self-storage facility superimposed on there, wouldn't it be a little higher than that existing, that wall that's being depicted right now?
Yes, it will be higher actually, because I've shown that on the building elevation. If you go to A4.2, top elevation, which is 2, clearly we have depicted the storage building.
Perfect.
4.2. Yeah, the upper elevation to the left-hand side is where we have dashed in the existing storage building, which is a very long, goes all the way to past our building, actually.
And so when we're, measuring grade is a very tricky thing, and it becomes very technical because the code needs to take into consideration hundreds, if not thousands, of different scenarios on how to measure it. So they basically put forward. But in this specific scenario, I was having a very hard time understanding it, and you've helped me understand it, in that the self-storage facility as exists blocks 12, 13 feet of this 51 feet. So all you're really seeing is 3 levels from Lowell, and the rest is disappeared in earth. And even if we reduce mass and scale and you reduce the square footage of that garage, it still would not technically change the height. Is that what I'm hearing based on what you're going through?
Yes, you are right. Yes, you are right. And that's what I was trying to explain with many words.
Yeah, this elevation, I see, right? This is exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
Thank you for taking me through that. I was missing some of the pages. I was trying to download them earlier, and here we are. Thank you. So this all kind of fits that. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for the applicants? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Zorabians. I believe we can close the public hearing now and move on to deliberations. So let's go ahead and start with Board Member Smith.
Thanks very much, Chair. So in looking at this, I saw how many letters were received. I heard the tone and the interests of the callers. I understand that a notice of exemption is not required to be noticed to neighbors. I think it would be a really, really better policy to do such things. I think it's very important that we are applying the design guidelines, not just looking at the bigger picture or deciding whether or not we think we like it or it looks okay. Mr. Zorabians, I commend because he used and referred to the design guidelines in his presentation, which, as long as I have been here, has been unheard of almost. In looking at these design guidelines and thinking about all of this, one big thought is that if 51 feet is the maximum allowed for building 3, it needn't be the entire height of the building almost all along. That means that the 4th floor is 17 feet with including almost 6 feet of attic. With the way that the roof line goes, they're about all the same. At the scale we received, the difference in roof ridges was almost impossible to see, and I zoomed in the hundreds of percentages. So those if those roofs are everywhere and they were reduced here and there, or if the maximum were not used, the maximum means that's the biggest it can be. It doesn't mean the whole building needs to be that size. So I think it would help with the articulation, reducing the apparent mass, and making the building seem smaller and perhaps more palatable to the neighborhood. I see that the proposal is supposed to enhance neighborhood character. I don't see it specifically enhancing the neighborhood character. I'm all in favor of adding inclusionary housing units and adding housing in Glendale, but I believe it needs to be a little bit more carefully designed to meet the basic intentions of the design guidelines and be more residential in its articulation. If those roof lines had more difference, I think it would help a lot. Some of the units could be somewhat smaller. That's not dictated. Just to take a little bit off. This feels a lot like about 10 gallons in a quart bag on that site. I recognize that it may be as of right, but it just feels large and almost institutional in its flavor. The color palette in that area is supposed to be natural colors. What we received was a white, a very dark charcoal, an almost black, and some dark brown. It's also not warm colors as the design guidelines specify in a specific, how far along is it in my notes? It should be warm colors. So also by using materials, I think that are more rustic, it might fit into that neighborhood better. As proposed, the very dark tile, the white stucco, it's just very stark, and it's not as homey and rustic as that neighborhood is. I cared less about awnings and so forth. I do think that entries need to be better identified. It seems like the storefront that's on that main street, unfortunately, seems almost like a different building, and it could fit in a little bit better with this building design. I think it's common sense that delivery facilities and a moving zone should be there. I have lived in a neighborhood where a 3-story building was allowed. The largest developer in the country at the time put in an 8-story building without any moving zone, without any delivery facilities, and it absolutely made the neighborhood almost impossible to get in and out of. We, of course, moved. I see that the Complete Streets program recommends sidewalk widening and well-planned exterior open space with well-designed landscaping, and it states that it's important to the overall project design. I see areas of landscaping. I see that a very small amount of landscaping is for the residents. It doesn't feel like a lot of landscaping as is recommended in that design guideline, and also for Complete Streets. I have other notes about the colors. It's supposed to be warmer tones rather than cool tones. I think also if more residential scale and rustic materials were used, it might not be as unpalatable to the neighborhood with its institutional appearance. I saw the 40 letters. I think that's a lot. I was concerned about, even though CEQA, the horse is out of the barn, you know, significant public controversy can create a situation where an EIR should be prepared. I'm not sure if that's been reached yet, but it seems like a bad precedent moving forward. Initial study, landscaping, relate it to the existing context. It just seems the building seems to be relate to itself only and not to the existing context. Separate volumes are expressed, but just here and there, and it just seems like a very big building in a neighborhood that doesn't have that much development that's that big. It goes back to that maximum question, whether or not going with every inch you're allowed to do is the right thing to do. It may not be the right thing to do for the neighborhood. Without those low sloping roofs everywhere, it could reduce the height and make it not feel as big and make it not feel like a huge number of apartments and a very small amount of retail in a neighborhood that is growing and changing, but doesn't have that yet. Discouraging the large solid walls. I see it done here in the variation in materials, but the very dark materials and so forth. But I like a standing, I think the design guidelines would encourage, the use of standing seam roofs, but I did see a lot of dark materials and I worry about it becoming a heat island when this area, as you all know, gets really hot. I think greater architectural interest in the building, which is specified in design and detailing under I, rather than seeming like a giant building could help reduce this apparent mass. Absolutely. And I think we all need to use these design guidelines, whether or not it's fun to look through them. That's what we're tasked with applying, not whether or not this looks nice to us or we think it's a good idea. I noticed that the storefront for the very little bit of retail was proposed as fiberglass. It says downright in the design guidelines, I can't tell if it's L or K in my writing because I crossed it out. I guess it's K. It says aluminum storefront is recommended. I've never even seen a fiberglass storefront that I can think of for something like this. I absolutely think aluminum would be more preferable and a better quality material. The color scheme, I think, is a problem with the neighborhood. And I think it would help if it were considered more with something like ivory, green, and brown. It could be different materials, but it would meet the design guidelines better and it may be more attractive to the neighborhood. As I said, I'm in favor of, and I know our city is in favor of adding inclusionary housing and that it benefits all of us. But I believe that if this were more carefully designed to meet the basic intent of the guidelines rather than maximize profits and put as much as we can there, I think it would be better for the neighborhood and better for our city. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Simonian, would you care to go next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to really thank the community for taking the time to wait for that long of a time to really give us a glimpse of the traffic, the transportation, the deliveries, the mass, the scale, and all those thoughts. It does really help, and it gives us the opportunity to really hear people that are most affected by the project. I also appreciate Ms. Toledo and staff working with this applicant and this process. I know when projects conjure this much attention, it's a lot of stress on the system and also on staff, and staff did a really good job giving us all the opposition and support letters. I mean, there were just so many emails back and forth where Milka would kind of put them all together in a bunch and say, this is the first batch of letters and this is the second batch. And I just know that that's a lot of work. It's not easy to do that, to make sure that everybody's heard from the community. And that did occur, and we did take the time to go through it. So that is very helpful. Also appreciate the architect and really taking the time to create such a complex design. It is not an easy design to understand, and it certainly wouldn't have been an easy design to create. But that is a function of really our mixed-use codes in the city of Glendale, and morphing that with SB 1818 concessions, etc. It is a very difficult task, and so I really commend the architect and kind of putting it all together for us with so many different angles and views and renderings and parking plans, and it did help in us trying to figure out the project, at least for me. I'm also very familiar with the area. My children go to Chamillon, which is 2 doors down, so the pickup and drop-off is very hectic in that area. It is extremely congested. It is very difficult to get in and out of. The school does a really good job with providing parents with drop-off and pickup times. There's specific times that you get to go, and you get to tee up in those specific times, etc. So the school is really proactively working to alleviate as much of the traffic as it can. Also important to note that kind of between the school and this project is a self-storage facility. It's what we call third-generation self-storage facilities, low density, low swung, one-story self-storage facilities. For example, Public Storage, which owns a lot of self-storage around the country, is redeveloping a lot of its third-generation spaces one by one. And so what they do is they take a third-generation space and they turn it into an urban infill storage facility that is 3 or whatever stories, the maximum. That is something they're doing around the country, and I have no doubt that at some point that will occur on the site. It's a commercial zone property, it's by right, and that is going to happen at some point. Now, whether it's while my children are in school or after that, at some point in the future, 10, 15 years, that will happen because it's in their corporate bylaws. That's what they do. They don't buy new properties, they take the existing and they redevelop it. And so that's going to occur as well on the south side. And so a lot of the Q&As that we were having earlier on was important for me to get a better sense of how this 51 feet is measured and what we could do as a board to perhaps reduce that 51 feet. And if we were to reduce it by, say, 10 feet or whatever the number was, not that we would, from my point of view, which I'll get to in a moment, but even if we were, it wouldn't really make that much of a difference for 2 reasons. One is the way grade is measured, and 2, in that most of the first floor on that south side, 1.5 floors on the south side are not even visible because of the self-storage facility as depicted on the sections. And so that was very important for me to understand. In regards to the state law gives SB 1818 concessions. These granted concessions are from the state of California point of view, rightful concessions in the design process that an applicant can't ask for and receive. And to do otherwise or to not allow it is ingenuous, and it can open the city of Glendale up to litigation. And so the reason why there was a city attorney on, and the reason why we're going through this process is certain concessions, in this case 3, were granted. And so now what we have to do is work on some other factors to improve the project based on what we do have the preview to do, which is quite a bit. And so that we do have that in front of us. Initially, and I still think there might be something there, but I'm going to back up for a moment. I think I have the rendering up from Foothill, and so I'd like to focus on the rendering on Foothill. And it actually does do a very good job of breaking up the roof heights between building A and B. There's a definite differentiation in height, and I think that's very positive. That's not as much relevant on building C on the south side, but what is really visible and what is going to be prominently displayed is the Foothill elevation. And so I think there is quite a bit of variety as I'm looking at that rendering along the street. I do agree that the material are dark, and I do have some thoughts on that and how I think it could drastically change the project's feel, let's say, where if I'm looking on, I don't know, sheet 22 of 29 is the PDF, in the PDF package that has the rendering that depicts the northern rendering from Foothill, looking from east towards the west. There is this white stucco border around the commercial, and then it has a kind of a stone emphasized entryways for the commercial entry. If I just squint my eyes and I substitute that stucco and that stone with kind of a dark, like a brownish or mahogany stained siding, you know, and maybe a rougher texture where it's not just, you know, the modern crisp siding, more of a rougher texture, all of a sudden you get a very kind of a softer feel along the street. And so I do think there are some things that this board could do which would drastically change the feel of the building, such as materials and colors, etc. And I think that is something that we could explore. Certainly, just keeping the shape exactly what it is and just substituting some siding on that white stucco, let's say, would make a world of difference, at least from my point of view. As I mentioned, the massing, I think, along Foothill is no issue. The roof is broken up, many different roof lines, very different heights. The chimneys do a great job, and differentiation of materials of the residential itself, I think, is very well done. As we turn the corner on Lowell, yeah, there was this one area which is the office, and I was trying to put my finger on it and figure out, you know, what it is that wasn't quite sitting right with me with that office space. And then the architect pointed out, well, it was kind of forced upon the project because of whatever portion of the community plan that says, you know, if you're on a commercial street, you got to have commercial. And it's just this office that's submerged in the ground, and it's dark, and it's calling for all this unnecessary parking. And could the project improve if that wasn't there? And does this body have the authority to say, let's not have that office? And could that be some sort of a delivery and pickup zone where you kind of drive in and you drive out? Would that improve the project? Is that a good use of it? And if it isn't, could it be residential? And if so, reduce some of the units from the rear and bring it there from the southeast corner? I don't know, but I certainly don't have the capacity to do this in an hour or two and think about this, but there might be something there. And I, for one, don't think that that commercial space should be there on Lowell. And if it weren't there, I don't think it'd be a detriment to the community plan of this exact location, which is right next to a self-storage with all this new commercial that we're putting on Foothill side. And by the way, there's a very high vacancy factor on Foothill. So it's not like all the stores are paying all this rent and they're leased up. No, there's vacancy. And so we got to be judicial in what we're doing here too. So I wouldn't be opposed to getting rid of that commercial space for whatever reason. In regard to the concessions, as I've pointed out, it basically is something that was granted. And from my point of view, I am not going to discuss the height nor the other two concessions, because it just would be, as I said, ingenuous, and it could open up the city to litigation, and it's not the intent of this board. I am absolutely comforted by the fact that the 51 feet from the southeast corner will not be as visible because of the existing storage, etc. So that makes me comfortable, and that makes me more supportive of it. And so I feel okay with that moving forward. But I could absolutely see the uproar that it's causing. I could absolutely understand and appreciate why people are saying, well, hold on, it's 51 feet, and why is that happening, and why should this occur? And well, they're right. It's perhaps not something that they would want to see. And it is state law. So that's what's been given to us, and that's what we're working with. And so it is not in the preview of my opinion or this board to say, oh, no, state of California was wrong. Well, then, there's a lot of other things that come out of that discussion, such as providing very low income housing for a portion of households that are in absolute dire need of housing and would love to live in Montrose or Glendale because they work in the area, and right now they're driving an hour to get here. So it'd be an interesting discussion, but that's not for tonight for us to discuss. So I support overall site planning in the project. I do think that the materials, especially on Foothill, could be lined up. I do support eliminating possibly that commercial on Lowell if it benefits the project in a meaningful way. I do think that we do need to consider and absolutely think about and whether we just say some parking up behind buildings A and B on the ground level or temporary parking, like 10 minutes or less for deliveries. It absolutely is a reality of the 21st century and where we are today. That is something that we need to think about. And so I do think that's a discussion we should have of how to best integrate that. And if that commercial space, elimination of that commercial space on Lowell helps us achieve that by reducing some parking that would have been allocated for that to be more storage, I think is a good call and is worthwhile to explore. So overall, I do welcome other thoughts from the board members, but those were my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chagayan, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. So I would also like to take a moment to thank the community for their input. That was quite a lot of letters that we received and them voicing their concerns. And I think it's always a good thing to acknowledge that and let them know that we do hear them. In addition, thank you to the staff for putting together such a good report, thorough for us to evaluate. And like Mr. Simonian said, in 1 hour, I don't think it's easy to sort of come to a conclusion on how we can address all the concerns. But I'm going to try. And I understanding that we can't really comment on or alter the 3 concessions that have already been granted for the project, which are the height increase, lot coverage increase, and the reduction of common outdoor space. I'll try to focus on things that I can comment on. Overall, I believe the architect, Mr. Zorabians, did a nice job in designing and planning for the program that he was given on a site that is complex and challenging. And I'm not against mixed use, of course, and affordable housing, but given the surrounding context and the amount of community opposition, I think it's wise that we try to address some of their concerns. But we also were told that, we can't request further traffic studies. That's not in our purview. But I do understand that traffic is always a concern. I too was surprised that we were over, or the applicant was over in the number of parking spaces. So trying to figure out, a clever solution there might help. And I also agree that the number of the 51 feet in height is a little alarming, just reading the report right off the bat, until we actually got to analyze and dive further into the drawings. Then we're able to understand that from the Lowell side, it's still just 3 stories. So hopefully everybody understands that we shouldn't look at it like you're going to always see 51 feet in elevation. Architecturally, I think the project is successful from a design perspective. The units are well laid out, style is cohesive, and it's not an eyesore, at least not to me. The materials, I do agree, were a little on the dark side. There was also some discrepancy as far as what was on the material boards and what was called out, or at least apparent in the renderings. Like the material boards, I believe, called for the ash or the brownish hardy material and a darker tile, but the renderings sort of depict the opposite. So if we could, maybe clarify that, or as the other board members suggested, maybe changing materials and colors to help soften the look overall. I also think, and I'm not sure if this is a part of the, zoning, but the landscape maybe on the foothill side seems lacking when compared to the Lowell side. So that would absolutely help soften that edge as well. And again, I'm not sure if that even works with all the planning that's been done already. And I know you've worked on this for a number of years. I will just comment also on the on a personal level, like the parking, the driveway that's in the middle, which is sort of like a dead end parking lot. I personally don't think those are efficient and functional, but I can understand why it was designed as such, based on the site constraints and the need for the traffic and access points to remain on the foothill side. So it's sort of a lot of give and take with such a complex and challenging site. But overall, I think architecturally it was designed nicely, and that's it. I think I covered all my comments.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Minas, would you like to go next, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Basically, I also want to appreciate the community for raising their voice, and of course sending emails, communications for the board members to review and of course take them into account in their decision makers. Couple of predominant concerns that the committee had. Just wanted to point out very quickly that the 51 foot, the height of the 51 foot height was really concern of many callers. And I just wanted to assure you that at no time, the 51 foot height will be visible from anywhere around these properties, along Foothill Boulevard or along Lowell Avenue. The traffic was the concern of many callers. 3 of my children also have gone to Shamdian School, and we have taken them in the morning, picked them up in the afternoon. The traffic condition in Lowell relating to the school, as Mr. Simonian indicated, occurs only early morning and then maybe an hour in the afternoon. The rest of the time, the Lowell Avenue is just open for traffic. And we have, of course, have had our own experience of congestions at times but it's very, very short duration, during the day. The fact that as part of this project, they're closing the driveway of this existing facility into the Lowell, will also, of course, improve the traffic conditions on Lowell Avenue. And of course, I like the fact that both of the driveways leading to the commercial and residential units occur from Foothill Boulevard, which is very, again, it's a very main artery in this area. And again, as the other members indicated, we are not here to address the traffic study. It was already approved. So the fact that, these driveways are opening into the very large street, it is very helpful. I like the fact that the architect, Mr. Zarabian, has done a great job creating a very nice landscape area facing Lowell Avenue, which really softens the appearance of the buildings. And as far as the height of the building is concerned, again, because part of the structure, the parking structure is submerged, from no place around this building, the structures will look more than 3 stories high, which is similar to other buildings across the street from this property. I really appreciate the roof line of the structures going east-west, the buildings A and B, and going north-south, buildings A and C. The fact that it really follows the contour of the ground and softens the appearance from the street. And also, I like the idea that this complex, residential commercial complex, is divided into 3 separate buildings. This is a great benefit because a single structure spanning from the low point to the high point would have been extremely massive and intolerable by any standard. But the fact that he has broken down and used like 3 separate buildings has really made a great difference in the design of this project. I believe that this project will enhance the area with respect to convenience, will benefit, a beautiful appearance, and it will address the low-income unit issues that is highly in demand. And of course, in general, the residential units that are in highly demand in this area. So I, go along with Ms. Smith's and Simonian's addressing of the colors, making it a little bit warmer, nicer, again, or natural colors. I agree with those, and otherwise, I approve this project wholeheartedly.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Minas. For my comments, I would also like to thank the public. This is probably the largest number of comments, letters that I've received on any project during my tenure here. And so I really appreciate the feedback from the community. And of course, the applicant has done an excellent job presenting the designs and staff analyzing those designs and coming up with what I think are good, reasonable conditions for the project. I think the elephant in the room here is that In-N-Out has truly ticked off these neighbors for good reason. When I visited the site, the line for In-N-Out was all the way up Lowell. So I can certainly sympathize with that. It's, unfortunately, it's in the city of LA, so there was not much we could do about that here in Glendale. But it is, certainly causing some adverse impacts on the neighbors. So I can understand why they're concerned about that. Unfortunately, that is really not within our purview to really review or, deny the project based on that. So I think we really have to focus on what is our job here. And our job is to apply the guidelines, which includes that the community plan. And so I want to talk a little bit about the community plan, because I think one of the things that people didn't really think about, or when they're talking about how this doesn't fit in with the plan. The plan had lots of components there, and it talked about things like managing growth and where growth should go. And one of the points in the plan is that it should go in these commercial places, these restricted zones, and that's the price for retaining and protecting our neighborhoods. We want to protect the neighborhoods, so where does growth go? Growth goes into these commercial zones. It was a specifically called out part of the plan. So I think that, it should be recognized by everyone that there will be growth because, and it will happen on Foothill and in these commercial zones, because that's what the plan called for. So from my perspective, I think that the applicant really, in terms of looking at 4.2A1 of the community plan, with all of the specific guidelines laid out there, I think the applicant did actually a very good job of addressing those things. There was, the breaking up the massing, having an open appearance at the street, no continuous walls, relate the buildings to the topography, varying roof heights. All of these things have directly addressed what's in the guidelines. There's only two that really came out to me that were a particular issue. One is use of natural colors. I agree with Board Member Smith and Board Member Simonian that the colors are quite dark, and the white is a very bright white. I think that the use of more natural colors and trying to bring a different color palette to it would be appropriate and in keeping with the guidelines. The other area is of course, trying to relate this to the context. And staff has pointed out that the specific context of this exact location, which we'll remember is a gateway into the city. This is the border between Los Angeles and Glendale. So it is a prominent corner, it is a prominent location. But typically gateways to a city are seen as a place to have an elevated presence. We have a 3-story building across the street, and I'll grant the rest of the street is 1 and 2 stories, but the reality is that by rights, somebody could come along and do an apartment building or mixed-use building on this site, and they're not looking for a bonus on the Foothill side. The bonus is applicable on the back side, on the Lowell-facing side. So I don't see that we can definitely consider it to be completely incompatible, because it is sort of by right. But I think that the applicant has done a good job trying to blend it better, breaking it into these 2 buildings, because the guidelines say when it's going to be larger than the context around it, break it up, make it the buildings separated, provide lots of undulations there, and I think that the applicant has done a good job with that. It's going from west to east, it's dropping down. From north to south, it's dropping down. So I think that he's articulated it in such a way that it is, appropriate and in keeping with the spirit of the guidelines. I also note that again, we can't do very much about height, or the exceptions that were granted. Potentially, the floor-to-floor heights are 11 feet. Maybe we can tinker there, but it's not really going to amount to very much. As was pointed out, the building C, it's 51 feet, yes, measured from the lowest point of the site, but it will be less apparent. It will appear more like a 3-story building with maybe a little bit of a semi-subterranean garage underneath. I concur with Mr. Simonis. I don't think that it is within our power to say that we should do away with that commercial facing Lowell, but I think that Mr. Zarabians, if this is appealed perhaps to City Council, and you go in front of City Council, they may have the ability to do that. We just don't have that authority here, but I think that is correct. If that's eliminated, and that could be made to readjust the parking a little bit, maybe shrink it down a little bit, maybe they'll lower the apparent height just a tiny bit. I think that would go a long way towards alleviating that perception that this is an enormously tall building. It is tall. I mean, 3 stories, granted, is tall, but it's not necessarily, it's not going to have the appearance of a 4-story building, as we're technically having to call it in this. I also appreciate the fact that while the driveway that exists on Lowell right now is not being utilized by the current use, but it could have been, and the fact that you are restricting the vehicular access to Foothill as the correct move, I think that will actually help alleviate the traffic issues, particularly as they relate mostly to Lowell, not so much Foothill. So by restricting the traffic there, I think that would be good. I do think that, if you have another crack at this, trying to work with the parking, maybe not necessarily go with all of the parking and use some savings from reworking or cutting out some of the parking to help mitigate the project in other ways, but perhaps giving some more setbacks at the building on Lowell so that it can, appear to be a little bit less massive for those people who are viewing it from there. But I don't think that those rise to the level of being able to say that this is inappropriate, because as I said in my earlier comments, I do think that you've kept within the spirit of the guidelines and the community plan in how you've approached this design. So given I think that there's a real consensus about color, I think we should have a little bit of a discussion about what we want to do in terms of color guidance we want to give here on color. So who wants to chime in on talking about what we might suggest? Okay, Board Member Simoni, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it seems as though all the board members, we all agree that the project could benefit from lighter tones. And as Board Member Smith did bring up, if we do go with some lighter earth tones, maybe this project won't be as loud. And so I thought some of the white stucco along Foothill, some of the stone accents that is around the commercial entryways. If that stucco and if that stone was maybe replaced by more of a horizontal rough siding that's stained in a woodish, mahogany-ish color or something, I think that would be one idea, or some sort of a more softer feel than white stucco and stone. So I think we leave it open. But we give staff very clear direction as to what we're looking for, and then let the architect, with all his great experience, come up with some ideas to discuss with staff. That would be my suggestion, but I'd be open to more specific ideas as well.
Okay, who'd like to go next?
Thank you. My recommendation would be to follow the North Glendale Community Plan with regard to the materials and colors, which is just not quite an amendment to what Board Member Simonian was saying. It's just articulating it in order to follow the guidelines. It talks about warm colors, and it talks about natural color palette. So I think that makes sense to do. I'm not sure how popular reducing some of the roof ridge heights might be among other design commission members. I think if there were just some difference in those roof heights, it would help reduce the apparent mass. And possibly more setbacks as were just discussed by the chair. Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask Board Member Smith, when you're talking about change in roof heights, do you mean, like, for example, building A to change unit roof heights? Because as it was mentioned, if you look at the rendering along Foothill, there's a difference between A and B in roof height already. So do you mean within each building changing roof heights? Okay.
Yes, thanks. Roof ridges, the height of the roof ridges. So some can be the height they are, perhaps. Some others may be lower. It can be up to the architect how he achieves that, rather than us being prescriptive. I think that would help. I'm not sure how popular that would be.
Well, at least it looks to me like, at least on building A, that there are some variations in those heights. Building B looks a little bit more uniform, but building A looks like, at least from this rendering that I'm looking at on, whatever page this is, the Foothill elevation and rendering. It looks like there are quite a bit of articulation of the roof levels.
Yeah. That's what I was pointing out, Mr. Chair, is when you start to assess the building as far as the roof heights are concerned from Foothill, there's quite a bit of undulation and quite a bit of variety. I think it's actually more than what we typically see. That's not as apparent on the south side, but again, what you typically work with is the major facade, and in this case, the major facade is Foothill. So I actually think the architect did a good job with roof undulation and heights along Foothill. So I actually think we'd be harming the building if we touched it. I kind of like it.
Okay, so Ms. Toledo, do you think you have enough to sort of frame an additional condition about color and the color palette here?
Well, what I heard from Board Member Simonian when he was providing more clear direction for staff, I wanted to get a little more input on the stucco color that you're suggesting, so it's very clear to staff. But let me kind of go back to what the suggested condition from what I gathered. Obviously that the white stucco and the stone accent doesn't work or complement the neighborhood. So it was suggested to replace material, let's say the stone, with horizontal siding that was stained with a mahogany color tone. And for the stucco, I heard obviously from the other board members as well to propose a warmer stucco color. So I guess the question that I would have is are you suggesting like I'm going to make this up, like a taupe color or more of a latte color, if you will? I mean, what specific color are you suggesting?
I can speak to that.
Board Member Smith, go ahead first.
Thank you so much. I can speak to that. Rather than being prescriptive, I think natural colors and things that appear more like natural materials are what are recommended in the design guidelines for the North Glendale Community Plan. And I think that's what we should be giving them rather than prescribing something that may be misinterpreted.
Okay. Then that's what I'll note, that the stucco color to be a warmer stucco color that is consistent with the design guidelines and appropriate for the neighborhood as well. Should I add that to relate to the neighborhood, or?
I think it's not just to relate to the neighborhood, it's the design guidelines. It's warm, not cool tones.
Okay.
And natural materials, natural colors, sorry.
Okay, then I'll just leave it at natural to be consistent with the design guidelines.
Board Member Simoni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the spirit of coming up with more concise language for the condition, architects shall reconsider the material board and the colors to incorporate more earth toned hues and use of materials that are more in line with the North Glendale Community Plan.
Okay. Okay, reconsider or revise the material board to provide more earth tone hues, which would be consistent with the design guidelines in North Glendale Community Plan.
Yeah, the whole thing needs to work holistically. So we can't just talk about the stucco. You have the main material in the background. You have the chimneys. You have everything working holistically. So the architect's very talented, and I think he gets where we're going with this.
And to your point, board member Simonian, by stating the material board, I believe it sounds like more that's the catch-all, if you will, as opposed to stucco or the siding or whatever cladding. By just saying the material board, that would be something that gives that direction to staff to look at specifically in terms of holistically the materials and colors.
Correct. I mean, metal roof is wonderful, and you could go with more of a light green hue, which would be, let's say, much more in line with natural colors versus a dark gray, right? So there's ways to go about this. Correct.
Okay. That's what, I mean, there's no motion on the floor, so that's one condition that is specific. Are there any other conditions specific based on whomever is making the motion this evening?
I'd like to, I have a feeling it's going to be a consideration, architect to consider, if possible, elimination of the office to utilize into delivery parking.
Can board member Simonian, if I may comment on that?
Please do.
In the R1250s, or actually I should say in the commercial zone, the code allows residential on the ground floor if a conditional use permit is approved. This is a commercial zone. So that is the reason why the applicant is proposing the commercial office along the side. And in that case, he paid for a conditional use permit approval. Are you familiar? I mean, does that kind of make sort of sense of what I'm saying in terms of what the code requires?
I absolutely understand what you're saying, and I appreciate it wholeheartedly. I get it, and that's what I'm saying. If there's a way to have a release mechanism besides the CUP process, where if we look at 2.2A, I'm sorry, I have a fire hydrant going in the background. So if you look at 2.2A, there is like almost like 6 inches of difference in grade between that office and the parking to its north. It would be just such a natural transition. Just a thought, but again, we don't want to cause problems. The idea is to give solutions, and that might be a really good solution for what we've heard from the community for more delivery for parking. If you could somehow justify office as a form of commercial, some sort of parking as a form of commercial use, especially in light of deliveries, if you could make that justification, you may not need a CUP. Just a thought.
Yeah, we'd need to look at that more closely because it hasn't occurred that way. So we'd have to look at it, with the other staff.
But I think the idea of putting it in as a consideration, because it's not something we can prescribe, but we can make it as a recommendation, so it's in the record. So if this gets appealed to City Council, they'll see that as one of the things that we were thinking it was a good idea to try and do. Do you think that we can legally do that?
I'm actually looking at Velia right now to see if that is something that
Why don't we leave it
can
at
be
this?
done.
Since it's late in the evening, if staff believes it's something that could be placed as a consideration, then please do so when the minutes come back for review. And if you feel as though that's just not the right way to go based on various factors, then leave it out of the minutes.
I believe that the board can add that as a comment if you so wish. I would suggest it not be added as a consideration or condition simply because that would be in violation of our zoning codes as it stands now.
That's fine.
Yeah, that sounds like a fine.
And you can definitely add that as a comment. And for the previous one also, it might be easier to just simplify as opposed to whether it's that it just be introduce a warmer color palette and more natural materials consistent with the North Glendale Community Plan. And leave that very broad in general, if you so wish. Ms. Smith?
Board Member Smith?
I think that's pretty vague. I think it should be a condition, not a comment regarding the materials. And I'd like to add a condition that the size of units be restudied to see if there's a way to just reduce some square footage to be able to reduce the size of the project just enough to make it seem less giant.
I certainly would support the condition.
How about less massive rather than giant?
I think that's a whole new ball of wax you just threw in there, Ms. Smith.
Oh, I mentioned it before. Thank you.
We're talking about color, and you just went into mass. Let's give Velia some direction on the color. Is everything clear with the condition of color and materials at this point?
Thank you. And yes, that was definitely not a consideration for the color, for the color palette or the material board. We heard it loud and clear that that would be a condition to have it more natural color and more natural materials.
And that's the condition that I had read earlier, to reconsider the material board, including the colors, to be more earth tone or natural in nature, and use of materials as well to be consistent with North Glendale Community Plan.
So with those conditions as stated, in addition to staff's conditions that I believe are worth at least talking about very quickly at this point, to see if there's consensus on all the staff's conditions. Is that something, Mr. Chair, that you think we could do right now?
Yes, I think I heard general consensus, but if we can hear from everybody that there's consensus on the staff conditions. In particular, I thought staff condition number 1 was very critical. I think that there's some solution of, some kind of canopy, In fact, from my perspective, I'd prefer like a hard canopy or a Parisian Art Nouveau modern cake on that or something like that, rather than just canvas kind of thing. But, I think it's covered by what staff's condition is.
It seems as though 2 is pretty self-explanatory. Number 3 is certainly something that should be looked at in the spirit of a project of this size.
Mm-hmm.
4 is, of course, it needs to be done anyways as far as depicting the street trees. 5 is something we usually talk about and still, so it's a good idea. 6 as well. 7 as well. So I would, if you think it's the right time, Mr. Chair, I can make a motion at this point and see where we end up.
Please go, please.
I move to approve the project with staff's 7 conditions, and in addition to add the 2 conditions, or the 1 condition that we referred to, which was regarding color, and to add a comment regarding the use of the office space. Would that cover basically what we've discussed at this point?
And
I believe so.
But I want to make sure about comments about the commercial use on the ground level. Is that something that we would include in the record of decision, or is it more just a comment that's just being articulated as part of your
According to Vilya, we were making a comment that's neither a condition or a consideration, and it's a comment. And so we're putting in a comment.
Got it.
That's my motion.
Can I just ask one more question? Because earlier during the different comments I heard, there was a comment about introducing more landscaping, like along Foothill, adjacent to the right-of-way. Is that something that you would like to see included in your condition or not?
What sheet would best depict that?
I can look on the site plan. If, allow me 1 second, my computer is a little slow. So I'm going to try to share my screen here if I'm able to. And let me know if you can see my screen. I'll try to zoom in a little more. Let me know if it's visible.
Yep.
So this is the sidewalk property line, and these are the the commercial spaces. So
it'd be interesting because of what's happening with COVID. There's so much outdoor seating area now associated with restaurants, and I'm not sure if any of these is going to be a cafe of some sort or some sort of takeout food, but I think that would be interesting if that's the avenue they decide to take with their tenancy, as one of the board members indicated, additional landscaping seating area in that right-of-way area, in that area would be something very interesting to, I think, discuss and incorporate in light of what's happening around us.
Okay.
I kind of assume that place at the corner, which is a patio area, would likely become an outdoor dining area.
Okay. Do you, can I stop sharing my screen or?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So I think the question is the staff's condition, which is number, I believe it was 4, sufficient for addressing landscaping, or is there support for adding another condition to enhance more of that landscaping along the Foothill side?
I would recommend that in compliance with the Complete Streets program, the sidewalk be well planned to include open space and well-designed landscaping. It's the design guidelines, sorry, it's 4.2A.3. So landscaping rather than no landscaping and just the sidewalks.
I actually think condition number 4 addresses it.
Okay. Okay.
The architect feels as though additional landscaping should be incorporated to better create outdoor seating. I'm absolutely for that. So, but I'm not sure what kind of uses are going there. So I think 4 covers it.
Oh. Okay, so I had heard a motion by Board Member Simonian, and again, we'll include the conditions about revising the color material board again to have more natural color tone hues to be consistent with the North Glendale Community Plan. We also heard about including staff's conditions listed in the staff report, and a comment about the removing the office commercial space along Lowell. That's all I have. And was that Board Member Simonian a motion to approve with the conditions? Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, that was a second by Board Member Minas. Roll call, Board Member Simonian,
Yes.
Board Member Minas,
Aye.
Board Member Chugayan,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Aye.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Aye.
Oh, yes, thank you, Board Member Smith. That is a yes. And Chairperson Welch.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to approve the project with the conditions and the one comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I second it.
All right, folks, we are adjourned.